On G. Robert. Damn, Robert, you was in here at 11:22. Oh my. That's what I'm talking about, Robert. Get in here early. Get in here early, Robert. That's what I'm talking about, Robert. Get in here early. You figure deal me? Get in here early so you'll know what's popping off. You know what I'm talking about? Get in here early. So this thing is popping off. I don't even know what's up with my viewer activity, but Cheryl, Miss Cheryl Holder is in the building. Y'all know how we getting down today. We watching it. We gonna make sure. And we gonna go over some things too while we sitting in here. We ain't just in here to have fun. We in here to do the doggone thing. And the doggone thing will be done. You figure deal me? We are not just in here to do the doggone thing. We are doing the doggone thing. And the doggone thing will be done. Y'all know what y'all need to do when you entrez-vous into somebody else's domicile. We just ask you to introduce yourself. Speak to her, brother. You know what I'm saying? That's how we get down. I'm sure there are a myriad of live streams that are going on right now. Robert, tell me what happened in that other chat. You know, what happened in that other stream? I guess you talking about I Smoke Hip Hop because that's who I had. That's who live stream I was in. And then I went to what's her name's chat and hung out in there for a minute before we decided to go live over here. You know, you must bless other people's stream and just put your face into place. Because the way I would like for others to support me, I support them. It don't matter, but I'm just doing what I do. You know what I'm saying? I just go and see what's up with the people. So we got the NFL Network up, getting ready to watch this game. And then we are we're gonna watch the game and we're gonna analyze the game. And we're gonna also wait for Shedeur to come in. But we're gonna talk about all of it while it's going down, and we're gonna talk about all the things that's happening around the Cleveland Browns and other areas. You know what I'm saying? Because there are a lot of things popping off. And there are a lot of things going on in football. And of course, college football is going on right now. We got Iowa State and Kansas State playing in Ireland, but Colorado kicks off next Friday versus Georgia Tech. Well, Georgia Tech going to Colorado. And that's going to be a good game. You know what I'm saying? Cheryl Holder's in the building. MSD 767 is in the building. Good afternoon, Big Snacks, and see you aunties checking in from Tampa. Jerry Ross, let's go Browns. Sanders will be a winner with or without the Browns. That's correct. Shareholder J Twizzy 79. G Bush was on fire this morning. G Bush stay cooking, dog. That's why he the homie. G Bush, G Bush stay dropping that heat. SOB Chronicles. Say what up? See you aunties. See you auntie is in the building. We got to see you aunties. They are always in the building. They are always stopping by to show love. That's why you show the see you aunties the love that they deserve when they come through. You know what I'm saying? Always dropping them off, making sure they good to go. Ugh. Oh, the beautiful B Richie is in here. Y'all better respect it. Y'all better respect them aunties when they walk in the door. You know what I'm saying? And we waiting on kickoff, but we got it going down. But y'all know how we do. The Cleveland game won't be watched until the third quarter. No, I got to see Joe Flacco and I got to see Dylan Gabriel. Y'all don't watch it till the third quarter. I'm going to tell you what's going on because I want to see the madness because I can't compare and contrast unless I see it. The highlights won't do me no good, and I don't want to wait until the all 22 show up, which will be tomorrow. Robert is back in the building. Robert was in here at 11:22. What's up, Big Snack? See you aunties and everyone from Colorado. The other guy got offended by what were you fussing about comment. He'll be all right. He always fussing about something. You know, I go by and show people love in their stream and hang out for a minute and talk and chit chat and leave my thoughts. But when I come in your stream and you always fussing about something, it's just common nature to come in there and say what's up and ask the question, what you fussing about today? Because I know you fussing about something. You know what I'm saying? I make videos, but I don't complain when I make videos. I don't have a beef every time I make a video. And I'm cool with that. People feel how they feel. People say what they want to say. And I'm cool with that too. You know, everybody is entitled to feel differently. You know, everybody has their own set of feelings. You know, but if yours is always combative, you know, it's always a problem out of everything. I just analyze what's seen, you know, and I just analyze the information that's put out, and then I try to best describe the information that's put out, and then I try to break down the information that's put out, and then I give you both sides of it, and then you make your own decision. You know, around here we know we support Shedeur, and we know the NFL is doing what they do, and that's to be expected. But you know, I ain't gonna bust nobody else down about it. I'm gonna say what I say. You know, and I went in there and asked him what he was fussing about today. But was he fussing or was he not fussing? Is all I'm saying. That's my guy. That's my guy. We all make content differently. And that's how he makes his content. And I go over there to get somebody else's perspective on what's going down. You know, it is what it is. But y'all know how we do this and how things happen. Today is game day. Today is a NFL promote Shedeur Sanders as much as you can day, even though he's the fourth string quarterback on the Cleveland Browns day. Cleveland Browns probably got so many Shedeur Sanders jerseys in the stadium that you won't even find a Dylan Gabriel jersey in the stadium. You might not find a picture of Dylan Gabriel in the stadium. But you know who the first person they put on the screen when they talk about the Cleveland Browns? It would be Shedeur Sanders. Nobody else. But it is what it is. We're going to let them have it. We're going to let them say what they want to say. And we're going to let them do what they want to do. You figure, deal me? What I should do is put my tablet right here and pull the game up and then watch the game on my tablet while we do the doggone thing. Because do y'all hear that? Y'all hear that in the chat? Because I wouldn't think y'all would hear that commentary about the game in the chat. Yeah, I don't think y'all can hear that in the chat. That's all me. All right, I'm gonna pull the stats up. I'm gonna pull the game tracker up. We're gonna put the game chats up. That's good, Robert. That means I can only hear the game. Y'all can't hear it. When I pull this track up, Flacco was only good. Flacco was only good because he played with all Hall of Fame players. They had the best defense in the world. then Action Jackson said it's time to go. Now the Browns like to waste time because they know it's losing. They cheated 12 out of money. Well, they did cheat him out of his money. But listen. Hold on. Before we get this thing started, man. Before we get started, y'all know y'all got to shout out the CU aunties before anything. So when you come in here and you see CU aunties in the chat or you see them in the comment section of any of my videos, just make sure you say what's up. Be respectful. Be mindful. Because if not, we'll see you in these YouTube streets. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, listen, where we at right now, the simple fact is, whatever Shedeur does today will probably not change anything as far as it goes on the depth chart. We don't know what they're going to do with Kenny Pickett. They're going to take a week, and then the regular season starts. So whatever happens today, I want y'all to know Don't get your hopes up. Because we know he gonna ball out. We know he gonna do his doggone thing. The question is, what is everybody else gonna do? How many interceptions is Dylan Gabriel gonna throw? How many sacks is Shedeur gonna take if he takes any? What will Joe Flacco look like with the first team? Will he be mobile enough to run this offense? Will the first team offense look good with Joe Flacco running it? All of these questions are still pending. Even though Kevin Stefanski and Kevin Berry and Andrew Berry have made up their minds. They are set in their ways and they are stuck on this is how we're going to do things. But when you're trying to be great, when you're trying to do what's best for your team, you should know how to pivot because every day something changes. The information changes. A player changes. They play differently. The only difference is Shedeur has been consistent. Dylan Gabriel has been wishy-washy. Joe Flacco, he been all right, but we ain't seen him on the field either. We seen him in practice. And in practice, everybody's supposed to look good. Kenny Pickett is non-existent. And we still don't know what is going to come of that. If they release him, if they put him on IR, or if they leave him second on the depth chart. These are all pending questions, and none of these will be answered until week 1, until the official depth chart is released. It's too many different scenarios surrounding this team. This team is run very, very poorly. And they started it by drafting 2 rookie quarterbacks with the intentions of drafting another rookie quarterback next year. That is the biggest conundrum that this football team is in right now. Understanding that everybody on the outside is looking in and guessing and trying to figure out what is Cleveland going to do next. And everybody is saying, watch what they do. That's where they're going. And what they have done and what they are telling us is that we don't believe in Shedeur. We got faith in Dylan Gabriel, and Joe Flacco is our guy. But what they're really saying is we don't want to be wrong. And that's the biggest problem that Cleveland is dealing with right now. Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski don't want to be wrong because they drafted Dylan Gabriel ahead of Shedeur. And by doing that, you put yourself in a sticky situation. That's your fault because those are your decisions. Because your owner has already come out and said, this Shedeur Sanders draft pick has nothing to do with me. You know what I'm saying? So he put all the onus on Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski. And by doing that, he put a target on their back. Because Kevin Stefanski said this is going to be a fair competition. Every quarterback is going to get a chance to compete for the starting job. But in all honesty, that's a lie. That hasn't happened. That hasn't been what they've shown us. Dylan Gabriel, the 3rd round pick, has had more reps than your starting quarterback, your veteran, which is Joe Flacco. Dylan Gabriel is the only rookie that has taken reps with the ones. So what they've shown you is that we want to prepare Dylan for what's to come. Kenny Pickett is hurt. We just wait on him. But Dylan Gabriel is our guy. The media has told you over and over and over again that Shedeur Sanders is a project. He is light years behind Dillon Gabriel in all aspects of the offense. Dillon Gabriel is a processor. He's an Intel 9 processor. He is a super computer. He processes information very fast. But our question is, you might process the information, yes. In the classroom, you are smarter than everybody else. You can diagnose plays on the whiteboard. You can see the outcomes and where the ball is supposed to go if the defense is too high, if they're in a cover 3, if they're in a cloud, all those things you can see on the whiteboard. But the biggest question is, when that defensive end is pushing hard on your left side, which is your dominant hand, now, where is your processor doing? Does your processor shut down? Does it glitch? Because you see this 6'8", 345-pound guy running full speed at you. What do? Do you run? Do you stand in the pocket? Can you complete that pass? Or do you freeze up and get your whole head took off? See, those are the questions. Those are the answers we want to see. And as of last game Dillon played, that's what happened. When Dillon was facing the blitz, he's no good. On play action, Dillon is no good. He was 1 of 6 on play action plays. But you want us to believe that he is better than Shedeur. You want us to understand that his being able to process information is supposed to translate to on the field activities. And it doesn't. And the game is kicking off. But where we're at right now, we're on game 3. The last game of the preseason. And after this game, nothing will change unless Dillon Gabriel and Joe Flacco get their bells rung. And if they do, all I can say is favor ain't fair. But we all know, we've seen it, we've watched it, and we've seen Shedeur Sanders play this game. We saw him week 1 versus Carolina. His processing speed was good. His throws were excellent. Shedeur has told you he's comfortable and he feels comfortable running this offense because he has the answers to the tests. And what he was trying to tell you is that this offense is familiar. I ran this offense, a big version of this offense in college. The terminology is basically the same. It is nothing new to me. That's why my passes are crisp. That's why I can go downfield and complete 30-plus yard passes, which Dillon Gabriel can't do. But there has been a major, let me put these stats on the board. Let me put these stats on the board. so we can at least y'all that are not watching until the third quarter will be able to see the tracker and see what's taking place. That way, we all good. That beat is cold. I know y'all like that beat. Hey, auntie. I'm going to put it up like that. The Rams did not bring their starters. Their starters are not here. Fourth down, the Rams are punting to the Cleveland Browns. And who is that with that ball? Mr. Carter, that boy that got Shedeur Sanders' number and didn't want to get it to him. He wanted to sell it to him. But Joe Flacco is currently taking the field. And I'm going to be y'all commentator for those that are not watching. We going to talk about it. You know, as the Browns huddle up, all the starters, Jerry, Judy, Njoku, everybody on the field. You know, we got double tight end sets, tight end in motion. We handing the ball off. This is all second string. I don't think anyone realizes Shedeur has mainly practiced with second and third string along with the equipment team and some defensive players. Yeah. Gail. Yeah, we know Shedeur has only practiced with second, third, and fourth team players. He didn't get a lot of reps. Bad pass, Flacco. Flacco with a bad pass to Jerry Judy. Out on the left side. It's third down and 6. If y'all don't know, we got it up on the screen. So y'all can see. Here we go. We got one in motion. Double stacked on the right corner. Throw the ball, Joe. Fourth down. Pass to Njoku. Complete, but 2 yards short of the first down. And the Browns about to punt. Only thing you got to do is put Shedeur in there. You want to move the ball and score real quick. We get the ball down the field and do the doggone thing. It's easy. We got to there is a lot that it ball bounced back. Get the ball, dum-dum. Lord have mercy. Yeah, that was a quick 3 and out, everybody. The ball punt. The Rams going to get the ball on like the 3-yard line. That was a hell of a punt. But what needs to take place is Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski simply just needs to man up. They need to admit that they made a mistake. But being a Harvard guy and Stefanski being a Penn guy, they are supposed to be too smart to make mistakes. But analytics will only get you so far. Analytics is how Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry make most of their decisions. Analytics can only get you so far. At some point in time, you got to say who is better on the field. Numbers might bear out certain things, but being an analytical guy, you can shift numbers to make them say whatever you want them to say. I can put all of Dylan Gabriel's third down completions up last week against Shedeur's third down completions in his first game, put total yards up, and Dylan Gabriel looks better than Shedeur. Along with completion percentage. You put that up, then Dylan Gabriel looks better than Shedeur. But if you put touchdowns up, if you put passer rating up, you put turnovers up, and then you put play action plays up, then Shedeur looks like he made Dylan look stupid. So numbers can be skewed to make anything look the way you want it to look. The fact is, you try to put the numbers with the gameplay. They have to match. Dylan, yes, he moved the offense. He did some things right. But that first drive is the only drive where Dylan looked like he had command of the offense. After that interception, after that sack, Dylan Gabriel was lost. He was scared. He was hurt after that sack. He didn't want to get up. He was going to sit there for a minute until his teammate grabbed him and said, "Hey, man, get your butt up. What we doing?" Oh, that looked like a safe. Oh, we almost pick a little. Oh, you dropped the pig. Kareem Harden dropped the pick. You don't drop the pick, dog. You can't drop that. That's right in his hands. That's a pick six. How do you drop that? Bruh, you don't drop that. That's why he a cornerback, though, because he can't catch the ball. Patricia McGee is in the building. Almighty Law, my man. What's up, brother? Ooh, that ain't no safety. That's a fourth down. That's a good sack, though. That is a good sack. The Rams got a punt. One thing about Cleveland, they got a good defense. Their defense has been good for the past 4 or 5 years, though. The problem is Kevin Stefanski cannot evaluate quarterbacks. And it seems to be that every coach they have in Cleveland cannot evaluate the quarterback position. They had their quarterback, and they let him go. Here we go, Mr. Carter. Yeah, they had their quarterback in Baker Mayfield, and they ran him out of town. They were upset about all them State Farm commercials, all those other commercials, all the things that Baker was doing, because it comes with being a quarterback. And Baker was a superstar when he left Oklahoma and came to Cleveland. Baker had a super duper fan base, still has it, but when he got to Cleveland, his fan base followed. And just like we are here in Cleveland now, as a Shedeur fan base, they don't like it. Cleveland has one of the best fan bases in the NFL, one of the most loyal fan bases, to be the sorriest team in the league. But that stadium sells out week after week after week. This is one loyal ass fan base, because for 40 plus years, they've been in the trenches, sucking up the dirt because they haven't won anything. Cleveland has been searching for that magical quarterback since the 80s when the team left and came back in the late 90s. Nothing changes. It's quarterback after quarterback after quarterback. The last 2 years, the Cleveland Browns have serviced 9 quarterbacks. And the fan base is still here. They stick around. They are loyal to the soil. And you can't be mad at that. If that's your team, that's your team. Just like I'm a Cowboys fan. That's my squad. Jerry Jones needs to get the hell out the way, but that's my squad. We still rocking. We just like the Cleveland Browns. Only thing is, we still make the playoffs. We ain't won nothing, but we at least make the playoffs. Cleveland has a hard time doing that. Joe Flacco came in 2 years ago, won 4 games in a row, and they barely made the playoffs. And then the next game, they got their head tore off. But to say that Kevin Stefanski and Kevin Berry are great evaluators of talent is not true. Of quarterback talent. It's one of the hardest positions in the NFL to evaluate. But what they haven't done is develop. They haven't developed any quarterbacks. They just keep searching for the next one. And that's their biggest problem. Just like now. You're in the same boat again. You got the same problem. As they run off about 10 yards for another first down. What you have is the same problem repeating itself. And this time, you're doing it with 2 rookie quarterbacks instead of 1. You drafted 2 rookie quarterbacks. And then you say next year you want to draft another quarterback. So what are you going to have? 2 two-year quarterbacks and a rookie in your class next year, in your quarterback room? How do you do that? Because you're not getting rid of the rookies. Instead of sticking with your gut, instead of looking with your eyes and knowing what's right. Ooh, that's an ugly screen. I don't know why you even tried that play. That play was horrible. Instead of doing what's right and developing a quarterback, you keep trying to find that one that's going to come in and boom, make it magical, make the season great for you, do some tremendous things. And it's just not going to happen in that manner. What they want what Washington had last year. They want what Houston had 2 years ago. They want, instead of doing what Philly has been doing for the past 8 years, is building a team. The Eagles have been drafting players out the SEC for a very long time. They've been drafting linemen year after year, and most of them been from Georgia and Alabama and LSU. Mostly Georgia. They built their team. Cleveland is not building a team. Half of that offensive line is old. They not gonna be here next year. Petonio, Weller, and them other two, they not gonna be here next year. But Cleveland hasn't been drafting offensive linemen. They haven't been drafting receivers. And they want to blame it on the Deshaun Watson contract. It's not on Deshaun. That's not on his contract. You still had draft picks. You just didn't have first-round draft picks. You still could have been building for your future. But instead of building for the future, Cleveland is trying to build for right now. I don't know what that was, but my whole screen. But Cleveland is trying to build for right now. I don't know what that is. I don't know why they're just trying not to be great, which they should be trying to be great. And I don't understand why you're not trying to do what everybody is wanting you to do. Why are you not following in somebody else's footsteps? Why are you not taking what you've seen other great teams do to become Super Bowl champions and follow along? Because that's how you get to where you want to go. The NFL is a copycat league. Whatever one team does, the rest of them do. But yet and still, Cleveland finds a way every year to screw it up. Dillon Gabriel is their guy. I don't know why. I don't see what they see in Dillon Gabriel. I don't understand what happens. Yeah, that was weird for me too, Robert. My whole screen went black. I don't know what's up with you two. Touchdown, Flacco. Flacco with the touchdown pass. There we go. Harold Fanning Jr. from Flacco, 15 yards, touchdown. You know who couldn't do that in the red zone? Dillon Gabriel. But see this has been Cleveland's problem for years. Cleveland has been searching and searching and searching for quarterback after quarterback after quarterback. Cleveland has had 40 quarterbacks in 25 years. That is horrible. And they have yet to find one that lasts over 3 years. That is bad. That's either bad hiring of coaches or something is just bad in Cleveland, period. But either way it goes, Cleveland has not made the right decisions in moving forward for them to be great. They haven't. Yeah, touchdown Harold Fanning Jr. from Joe Flacco, 15 yards, is in the building. But that was a passing touchdown in the red zone. There have only been 2 people in this preseason game that have passing touchdowns. And one of them just got his first start today. The Cleveland Brown fans believe in Joe Flacco because he took them to the playoffs. He went on that magical run 2 years ago and took them to the playoffs. So now they think Joe can do it again. That's why they brought Joe back. That's why they went and got Kenny Pickett. Believe it or not, Kenny Pickett was supposed to be the starter. Joe Flacco was supposed to be the backup. Dillon Gabriel would have been a third-string quarterback with options of what are we going to do with him. We just going to let him be a development piece, and we'll bring him along because we got Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco, so we going to be all right. But you screwed up when you drafted Shedeur Sanders. That was your biggest mistake. That was your biggest mistake. Drafting Shedeur Sanders. Even though he slid to the 5th round. And you drafted him. Now everybody's questioning why you have Dillon if you got Shedeur. Because we all know that Shedeur is better than Dillon. Everybody in the NFL knows the same thing. There's no question about it. Shedeur was projected to be either the first or the second quarterback off the draft board. But you take him in the 5th round behind Dillon Gabriel. And everybody got questions. See, this is all Cleveland's fault. This is all the NFL's fault. The world saw how Shedeur Sanders was treated. And if you don't know the history of what happened, and if you don't understand how it happened, or why they would pick Shedeur, Deion Sanders was untouchable when he was in the NFL. He was untouchable. No matter what he did, they couldn't say nothing. They couldn't do nothing. Because he was just that good and he had just that big of a fan base. This when the NFL was young. They were still trying to gather themselves. They wasn't making the kind of money they making now. Deion changed football forever. Football was a button-up sport. Wasn't no celebrations. Wasn't no flash. Wasn't no swag. I told y'all, if y'all don't know Deion Sanders' history, all that swag you see everywhere, that's him. That's Deion. Nationwide, worldwide, that's Deion swag. Yeah, we was wearing gold chains back in the day, but Deion made it super fly. And the NFL couldn't stand him. Every executive in the NFL wanted to headhunt Deion. Because him and Jerry Jones, when he signed that Cowboys contract, he changed the way the money was spent. Deion signed a $35 million contract with a $13 million sign-on bonus. And all of a sudden, Nike showed up in Dallas out of nowhere. You can't hear me. Oh, Evan, you just catching up. But, yeah, Nike showed up out of nowhere. They had Michael Jordan, but back then, Reebok was the squad when it came to the NFL. Jerry Jones started doing stuff outside the box. Deion was one of them outside the box deals. Deion had just won a championship in San Francisco. Just won the Super Bowl. And Jerry Jones went on national TV and said, Deion Sanders, if you can hear me, I want you in Dallas. on national TV. Jerry Jones and Deion Sanders. That's why they still cool to this day. That's why Jerry Jones is one of the most powerful owners in the NFL. Nobody has not one owner in the NFL has more power than Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones is that boy. Jerry Jones changed the way the NFL makes its money till this day. If it wasn't for Jerry Jones doing the things that he did, the NFL wouldn't be making this much money. Jerry Jones was doing the doggone thing. And Deion was on commercial after commercial after commercial. Deion was on them. Deion was rapping. Deion was on all the talk shows. Deion had albums out. Deion was playing baseball. And you know what the NFL didn't want? Deion again. What the NFL didn't want was Deion all over again. That was the purpose. That's why they chose Shedeur. If they don't know, if you didn't know the history of Deion Sanders in the NFL, this is why they chose Shedeur. Because I heard him on ESPN Cleveland and 92.3 The Fan and UCSS, all of them asking the same thing. Why would they choose Shedeur? Which lets me know that y'all don't know football. Y'all just started watching football, and y'all don't know crap about one of the biggest iconic football players in the game. So what are y'all talking about? Deion Sanders is that boy. Deion Sanders was all over the place. That's why they chose his son, because they couldn't touch him back in the 90s at all. With a 10-foot pole, there was nothing NFL execs or anybody else could do to Deion Sanders. They couldn't even say nothing. They didn't want Deion doing all them commercials. They didn't want Deion on all them talk shows. Deion said, I don't care. I'm going to play baseball. I'm going to play football. I'm going to do all these commercials. And I'm going to party it up. I'm going to run my clubs. I'm going to hang out with Hammer. I'm going to go on tour. I'm going to do what I want to do. And Shedeur does music and plays football. And they didn't want that to happen all over again. Because the commercials are coming. Best believe that. He's going to be the only fourth-string quarterback in the NFL with Nike running commercials. Mercedes running commercials. KFC running commercials. He's going to be the only non-starting quarterback in the NFL with commercials running while he ain't playing, just sitting on the sideline chilling. This is what the NFL didn't want, but they made it worse. They put it on themselves, because when you did what you did, only thing you do was make the support go stronger. People that didn't care, that didn't watch football, that had nothing to do with football said, okay, this is how you want to do our boy. We got this. And they showed up. And they ain't went nowhere ever since. The game's still boring. That man just threw 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage and got a 1-yard pass reception. And he ran about 20 yards. But that's football. I told y'all After Juju leave Colorado, Deion Sanders will be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Shedeur Sanders will be the quarterback. Shedeur Sanders will be a safety. And Travis Hunter probably be playing on both sides of the ball. And Dallas will have to play Shedeur Sanders about $500 million, fully guaranteed. Y'all think when Shedeur get his second contract, I promise you it's going to be fully guaranteed. It will be fully guaranteed. And ain't nothing the NFL gonna be able to do about it. They got mad about Deshaun Watson contract. They really gonna be mad about Shedeur contract because he's gonna get to play in Cleveland. He gonna get his shine on. And once they put him on the field, he's not coming off in the regular season. And then the shine will be on. And he'll probably have a good first season. But on the third year of that contract, either you're going to have to come holler at him or let him play out on his fourth year and he going to get out the door. But either way it go, on that second contract, Shedeur going to piss the NFL off. They was mad about Deshaun Watson. They are really going to be mad at Shedeur Sanders. And Prime is going to make sure. Prime is definitely, what the world kind of play with that? And this man's still running. Lord have mercy. It is a lot that needs to happen in Cleveland for things to go the way that all of us in this chat want it to go. But the only thing it takes is a little patience and the faith of a mustard seed. Prime is going to do what he going to do. He going to play out his last 4 years and he going to be gone. He going to get out of Colorado, get back in Texas and run the Cowboys and get Shedeur to his third contract. Then he going to retire and go up the street to his ranch, to his estate, and chill out. And see, that's going to be the beauty of Deion Sanders coaching the Dallas Cowboys. He ain't got to spend no money. He ain't got to buy no house. He ain't got to do none of that. He just 40 minutes outside of the city, and the practice stadium really ain't that far. Star Ranch ain't that far from where his crib is now. And when he leave Colorado is going to be in good shape. I don't know which one of them Hall of Fame coaches is going to end up with that job. But a Hall of Fame coach will replace Coach Prime. I don't know if it's Marshall Faulk. I don't know if it's Warren Sapp. But one of them will be the head coach. Unless both of them want to go to the NFL with Prime. Because whoever want to go to the NFL when Prime go, he taking them with him. He taking his people, because that's one thing he do. He take care of his folk. And unless Prime can get Shedeur and Shiloh both on the Cowboys, that's the only way he coaches. If that don't happen, he won't coach. Because he's already said it. The only way I'm coaching is I coach both of my boys. Not just one. Both of them. So when that pop off, first quarter over with yet? No, come on. Yeah, first quarter over with. We're in the second. Joe Flacco is on his back with a sack. It's about time for them to come out and put little Dylan in there. Little Dollar General. It's time for him to get on in there and do his thing. But we need this progression to move forward so we can see what's going on. Because the starter's still in. We waiting on some changes. Joe Flacco was gonna get his head took off. See this, the Rams ain't bringing their starters. So this is probably the last series we'll see other starters. And then we'll get little Dollar General in there. As y'all been calling him in my chat, little Dollar General. And then we'll see what they gonna do. False start, Cleveland Brown, back them up 5 yards. The Rams second string is kind of bad. You know, that's a bad evaluation. Joe Flacco is currently 9 of 10 for 71 yards and 1 touchdown. Mr. Ford got 2 carries for 14 yards, and Joku got 2 receptions for 20 yards. And Harold Fanning Jr. got a touchdown. And I don't know why the Rams are still using Matthew Stafford as anything. Because his back is bad and he old. Man, Stafford been in the league almost 20 years. About as long as Joe Flacco. They've been in the league about the same time. But Matt Stafford, since he left college, all them years in Detroit, all those years in Detroit did Matt Stafford bad. Flacco won the Super Bowl with the Baltimore Ravens. And they had the best defense in the world when they did that. It wasn't because of Flacco, I tell you that. Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, and them boys. Now, I was listening to a show this morning. They said Stafford's back is bad. He hasn't played all preseason. He got an epidural last week. And then I asked, was he pregnant? But he got an epidural last week. My question is, why do you still want to play football? And you take a couple of more shots and you ain't going to be able to walk. What kind of money do you owe for you to get epidural shots and whatever all those numbing creams are for you just to play this game? Why don't you just go on injured reserve, ride your contract out, and retire? There is nothing left to prove. You have been playing football for almost 17 years. Ooh. How do you miss that tackle? You've been playing football for 17 years. Your back is gone. Absolutely shot. You barely walking and you want to play football? Ain't that much love of the game in the world. I need to know how much debt you got. Because that's the only way you can still be trying to play football. That you trying to make a couple more $1 million to get out this debt that you in. But other than that, man, you need to go sit down somewhere. This man is getting shots. You know how long them needles are to take them shots? This man is getting epidurals just to be able to walk around without pain. And you want to play the game of football? The most violent game in the world. You might as well go play rugby too. This man is still trying to play the game of football. Is what I'm telling you. What do you say there, Evan Underwood? Big Snacks, will Shedeur play with the first string like Joe and Dylan? Or have you ever seen Shedeur play with the first string? We're going to answer that question for you. No. He ain't even practiced with the first string, let alone play with them. No, they are not giving Shedeur that kind of a blessing. Because we see how good he is with the third string. If they let Shedeur play with the first string, oh my God. They will definitely pass out. They'll shut the stadium down. They see Shedeur with the first string, just Jerry Jeudy going up the left sideline wide open and getting dropped off. No. And Njoku coming across the middle, getting hit with slants and out routes, deep corner posts. No, they don't want to see that. If they let you see that, they already know what the outcome is. That's why you have never seen Shedeur with the first team. They can't let you do that. Because did you just see how Flacco was looking? Shedeur looked about 10 times better than that. It's so fluid. Yeah, we finna come back and Dylan Gabriel gonna be up on the block. Second quarter. We finna watch the madness take place. We finna see what's gonna happen. Rod's in the building. 420 Jenkins. What's up, man? It's in the building. Yeah, it's time for Dylan Gabriel to come in. If Brown was smart, Flacco could back up Shedeur for a year or two. Yeah. But they got too much faith in Little Dollar General. Little Dollar General guy is finna hold court. Dylan Gabriel is on the field, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go. First play should be a running play because he up on the center. Yeah, first play is a running play. Well, I got y'all covered. For those who ain't watching, for those who are waiting for Shedeur to come on the field, I got you covered. You know, we ain't cooking today. We just watching. Then when this go off, we gonna switch over and watch G. Bush and the after show. Y'all ain't even gonna have to leave. I want to see the competitor compete because I'm waiting for Mr. 144, the entertainment. Dylan Gabriel with a nice pass, first down. Dylan got 12 on his mind, so all his 20 plays will be scripted for out route. Yeah, that is true. If Dylan Gabriel is UFL quarterback, y'all need to stop. Robbie just saying, y'all need to stop. Kareem Ramirez, little deal on now, stadium still empty. Oh, the stadium is empty. Kareem, this is a scrimmage game. Yeah, this is a borderline scrimmage game. We finna see what to do. Dylan in shotgun, got one in motion going across, hand up the middle, big ass hole. Mr. Strong, up the middle for about 9 yards. Yeah, old Pierre up the middle for about 9 of them. You know, but what we finna see? Oh, he got a 2nd and 2 on the 48, on Cleveland 48. They trying to cross the 50. No, that's a 41, 46. I'm sorry. Oh, Dylan in trouble. Mr. Scramble till you can't scramble no more. See, that's the process I'm talking about. The same thing they just complained about Shedeur doing, Dylan just did it. Turned his back to the defense and ran the other way. I see what I'm saying. It all comes out in the wash. The same thing they was complaining about Shedeur doing, turning his back to the defense. Little Dollar General just did the same thing. Yeah, we want to see what it do. I'm just saying. That's what I keep telling y'all. Every quarterback is going to do that. It's going to happen. They just mad because Shedeur does it. He good at it. Evelyn Underwood, their oath is to man. God Almighty says, swear not to any man. He couldn't find no man to swear by, so he swore by himself. I denounce all organizations God sent me. My apostle Geno Jenkins, 2018. See, they better put Little Dylan, Little Dollar General in conflict. Little Dollar General can't see over the line. Well, see, that's the problem. When he get in trouble, he can't keep looking down the field. He have to take his eyes off the field to be able to see what's coming. And that's his biggest problem. Now that they done crossed the 50, they still ain't running no passing plays. We know they can run the ball. We know they can run the ball. But can you throw the ball in the end zone? This a first down. This should be a play action pass. Double tight end stack. 22 defense. That wasn't even no play action. That wasn't even no play action. That was just a rollout to clear the pocket out. Dump off to the running back. See, but they have to do that. They have to roll him out the pocket to keep him out of trouble. Because once he get crowded in there, just like it is down. See what I'm saying? No, see, when they get when the pressure get to him, That's when he can't think. He just got to throw the ball away because he's too short. That's all he could do was just throw it away. I still got half the starting line out there. Here they come. Almost another pick. Almost another pick. And see, this is Dylan Gabriel's problem right here. When you get down that close to that 20, if you can't run the ball, what you gonna do? He ain't throwing it down the field. You know. Evan Underwood, Cleveland playing first string offense, second string defense. Am I understanding this right? Yes. That is exactly what's happening. Now they finna run the ball because they just brought in two. Oh, they went 3 wide. They run the 21. Let go. Yeah, they run the ball. They run the 21. Nah. Dylan is not a red zone quarterback. That is his weakest area. But we'll see what he gonna do. See, Shedeur on the sideline talking to Jerry Judy like, look here, man. I'm gonna need y'all to come in there when I come in there. Cause we gonna light that thing up. Pick. That should have been a pick. He watched that man. If those were starters, this man will be throwing interceptions. This man would be throwing interception because that should have been a pick. If that was Travis, oh, he would go into the house. Just like that. He ain't looking but one. Now he in conflict. Oh, well, here we go. Field goals, boys. Get in the red zone and can't do what he do. That was Shedeur. He wouldn't have threw it to him. He threw it to the man coming across the front of the. Why did you throw it to that corner right there? You got a tight end flashing across the front of the line, right there on the end zone line, right there on the goal line. Decisions, but he a processor. He can see the field. No, he can't. And here we go in the red zone and the field goal. He don't put up 7 points. You can't win kicking field goals, coach. Well, Alabama did. We won national title, kicking field goals against LSU. 9-3, baby. Straight defense. Yeah, if he was playing first string, he would be out of there. Yeah. Have you ever met Russell Wilson? He's only 5'11". No, I ain't never met old Russ. His wife cute though. You know, but I ain't never met old Russ. Russ all right by me. But, and see, this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about quarterback evaluation. and being comfortable and not wanting to change your mind, not wanting to change your stance when you are presented with different information. When on the field says he can get you down there, but once you get down there, you might get 3. You ain't getting 7. And your other quarterback say he gonna get you down there. And he don't even have to get you down there to get you 7. He don't have to drive the whole field. We might get to the 40, but you gonna get 7. Now that man just did all that, and they kicked the field goal. But that's the consistent thing. See, consistency is the teacher here. And he's consistently kicking field goals. Deion is questionable in a lot of areas. People try to tell you, see, that was a 15-play drive for 70 yards and 3 points. They keep trying to make the fact that he can process information the key to him being quarterback 2 or better than Shedeur. But being able to process it and put it out on the field is 2 different stories. Just like I heard Jason Lloyd on UCSS yesterday say, well, I talked to an NFL scout or quarterback dude yesterday, and he was telling me that Shedeur was late on all his throws, and sometimes they was going where they weren't supposed to go. Only thing I need to know is, was the pass complete? Because everybody sees the field differently. Everybody sees the field differently. Just because you saw one thing, you might not have saw what he saw. But did the pass get complete? Did we get another first down? Did we score a touchdown? See, those are the things that matter. You turn around, it's a pick. That's offensive pass interference too. That's offensive pass interference. And there's 7 points. Lord have mercy. And that's the problem. What is Joe talking? They interviewing Joe on the sideline. Let's hear what he got. Oh, I don't want to hear that crap. They ain't talking about nothing. Joe ain't never gonna have no good answers. But the problem is, it's not really a problem. The thing is, Deion Gabriel only provides you with so many answers. And then at a certain point, he's limited on what he can do. Deion Gabriel has never been a big play quarterback. Deion Gabriel has never been a consistent quarterback. Deion Gabriel has played a lot of football. And a lot of things have been lacking. Deion Gabriel is a system quarterback. In college, they said, Deion, you got 2 choices on the right side of the field. You throw it to this receiver at the bottom, you throw it to this receiver at the top. Your running back is always your check down. He will always be somewhere close. And that's what Dillon's been doing his whole career. Deion has looked good because his teams have always been better. Oklahoma, stacked. Plenty of NFL players. Oregon, stacked. Plenty of NFL players. UCF, they was good until their coach got fired. But then, people say Shedeur has never had to fight or compete for a starting job. Neither had Dylan Gabriel. And he been in college 6 years. Did he have to fight for a job in Oregon? Nope. Did he have to fight for a job in Oklahoma? Nope. He only left UCF because his offensive coordinator left and went to Oklahoma. And he went with him. Is what I'm saying. They keep trying to compare apples to oranges, and it's never going to compare. Man, throw the ball. That's a good catch. They will always try to compare Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur. They will forever be linked together because of their draft status. Because they were both drafted to the same team. Because they both are fighting for the same job. And because them people want Dylan Gabriel to have a job before they want to give it to Shedeur. If y'all don't understand why they don't like Prime, I done told y'all. I ain't watched that Dallas thing on Netflix, but I bet you some of that is in there because Prime has to be included in there. You can't make nothing about the Cowboys without talking about Deion Sanders. Because it is what it is. And this man put in there, Cleveland Browns hate their fans. Now, that might be one of the truest statements I've ever heard in life. They messed up saying Shedeur would start last. They trickled the people. Yeah, they tricked the people last game. Well, they was in Philly last game. They don't care. They tried to push Gabriel and Janet Jackson when she showed up. She looked like Freddie Jackson. Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop. That's that old Friday action, ain't it? More like Freddie Jackson. Yeah. Look, man. We can try to piece together what Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski are thinking and how they are going to try and survive this onslaught of what's about to take place when the season starts and Joe Flacco get in there and start screwing up, and all you hear in that doggone stadium is "We want Shedeur." That stadium gonna be rocking. We want Shedeur. That's all you gonna hear, and they ain't gonna know what to do. That stadium should be full of number 5 jerseys and seats filled. Yeah, okay. He ain't the 4th-string quarterback. Don't nobody like him. But I'm telling you, in 2 weeks, when this season starts, and Joe Flacco over there messing up everything and throwing interceptions, and the only thing you hear from that crowd is "We want Shedeur. We want Shedeur." It's gonna be bad. SOB, if they want to win, put 12 legendary in. Yeah. Robbie, I have been a Cleveland Brown fan for 48 years. They have made bonehead decision after bonehead decision. So that's what I think about. That's what you think is going to happen. Yeah, there's no doubt. They are consistent with that. Yana Williams, thanks for this watch party. When does Shedeur Sanders come in 3rd quarter? Oh, we going to let you know. And it'll probably be 3rd quarter. Touchdown. That man wide open by himself. 0-4 first games. It's possible. It's possible. I keep hearing these people on the radio and on these podcasts and on these shows talking about this schedule. But it's football. At the end of the day, it's football. And if they haven't noticed by now, Shedeur Sanders is pretty doggone good at football. And football, even at this level, slows down for him and he gets in that zone. See, but what people don't understand is how and why he's different. Because he was raised different. Because his father was a pro athlete and his father spared no expense of his Rolodex, of his NFL buddies, of his MLB buddies, of his track buddies, of his basketball friends to come and work out with his sons. I'm sure the same way that the Mannings have done with Arch Manning. But the difference is you have gotten to see Shedeur and Shiloh grow up playing football. You didn't get to see none of that with Arch Manning. Now, Arch Manning hasn't thrown but about 90-something passes in college. He only played 2 games. And right now today, he's projected to be the number 1 pick in next year's draft. Over all them quarterbacks that done played all them years. This man done played 2 games in college, but since his name is Manning, he the number 1 draft pick. No other excuse. SOB 12 is better than Cam Ward. That's going to show in a minute because Tennessee don't know what they got. Shareholder 10-7. Who going 10-7? Cleveland? Who the quarterback is the question. That's possible, but who the quarterback? The Browns going to be yelling Shedeur after Flacco throw his first completion or interception. Yeah. Big Reg, the Browns going to be yelling Shedeur after Flacco throw his first incompletion or interception. Yeah. It's going to be, that stadium is going to be so loud. Jimmy Haslam wants to be like Jerry Jones. That ain't going to happen, man. Jerry is that boy. You better pick that ball up and run, fool. Evan Underwood, they took his off the board until the 5th round. The world saw Shedeur Sanders get robbed of $40 million, but God Almighty tripled that with his endorsements. 2 legendary brand, airline, Rams truck, Nike, etc. Exactly. Lily, what up, Lily? Take Manning off the draft board. They don't care if you take him off the draft board. His last name is Manning. And they want him. They don't care if he just throwing balls with his elbow. They want him. Because his last name is Manning. We trying to see Lil Dylan run this 2-minute offense. Lil Dollar General, as y'all call him in the chat. I don't know where y'all get that name from. I don't know why y'all call that man Dollar General, but I'm with it. I'm with the ish all day. Let me see him move this thing down the field. Brian they call this man DEI Dylan. Y'all need to stop now. Y'all know how we do. We can come up with them quick now. We can come up with them quick. They're going to wait until 2026 draft to get Manning. That man ain't coming to Cleveland. I promise you he ain't. That's a pick. Ooh, that was a pick. If he'd have put that on the money, that was a pick. He was going to the house with that one. He was watching him. Lorenzo, Dollar Term, big facts about Deion and Jerry Jones. Oh, ain't no doubt. 2027, I don't know. Manning going to get exposed the first game against Ohio State. Who called that man Gabriella? Y'all need to stop. Yana, you call that man Gabriella. Y'all ain't right, boy. But it is what it is. No, Arch is a Manning. The Mannings are royalty in football. I don't care if it's NFL or college. It is what it is. They love themselves some Manning, which one of them was good. Peyton was good. Eli just got lucky and won some Super Bowls. 2 times against Tom Brady, I might add. But Eli just got look. They got Shedeur on. They've been showing shots of Shedeur all day. Because that's where they money at. Wasn't 12 coming in. Oh, 12 coming in a minute. Soon as Dylan Gabriel threw this pick. Because he had come. Oh, he was wide open across the middle. Gage Laverdine. Gage Lavardine. How many y'all were that was? 12. As another completion. They moving the ball now. Dylan Gay remind me of a tattoo from man. Y'all need to stop. Big Red. That's how you feel. They play, boss. Oh, that game's so damn boring. Shedeur not paying attention. Funny, I see Deshaun talking to Shedeur today. Yeah, man. They played Brown Girl. Brown Girl is they played. Y'all need to stop, man. Y'all ain't right. The pick, boss. The pick. Only thing they gotta do is watch his eyes. He only looks at one receiver. Kareem, little deal from Hawaii. Y'all need to stop, dog. Dylan Gabriel look like Chucky playing football. Man, look at me. This the comedy hour. Right before halftime, we got the comedy hour. I need me a pizza or something. Only thing they got to do is watch his eyes. Watch his eyes. He might get 3 out this thing. He better be trying to get 7. I wonder if anyone on the team hangs out with Dylan Gabriel. Probably. I would think so. I wouldn't say that he was a bad person. You know, I wouldn't think that he was a bad dude. I wouldn't think that he was. He going across the middle. Just watch the football. There go that hospital ball. I told y'all them hospital balls. That's that hospital ball. Mr. Cunning has on Nike's show also along with Well Out Media. She balling. She's supposed to. She the mama. She created all that. Tell Dylan Gabriel we need some entertainment. We're working on it. If they play cover one of them check down, oh, that's a pretty screen. But the DV should be on that easy ass pick six. Man, Dylan Gabriel. I didn't show Shedeur. I didn't know Shedeur was from Tyler, Texas. Yeah. I figured it out. Stefanski likes to run down the clock down with the short passes. Yeah, that's football. You run the clock out, but he ain't got to take them short passes. He got other places he can go with the ball, but this is just the offense they calling for Dylan. When Shedeur gets in, you won't see that. It'll be a completely different offense because Shedeur can push the ball down the field, down the field. Big Snacks, I agree. The family will back Shedeur, Shiloh, Travis, Jimmy Horn Jr. Oh, yeah. The round defense is trash. Oh, ain't no doubt about that. They extra trash. They've been trash since they said hike in the first quarter. Super garbage. What happened? Dylan Gabriel couldn't get the playoff? Huh? He couldn't get everybody lined up? Huh? Now watch, when Shedeur come in, the play's gonna look completely different. The plays is completely different. Score alert, who just scored? I know New Orleans ain't scored because they suck. Denver scored again, 16-9. And there it is. That was a good pass. That was a good pass. That man was wide open by himself. That man was wide open by himself in the end zone. Nobody over there. Where y'all defense at? He just walked off the line of scrimmage by himself. He just walked off the line of scrimmage by himself. How you playing cornerback? That was a good two. Did he miss the field goal? Yeah, he missed the field goal. He gonna be fired. He gonna be fired. That dude that missed that field goal.
You about to lose your job.
Yeah, they gonna fire him. 11 plays, 86 yards, a minute and 38 seconds. Look at Deshaun. That was a good pass. Yeah, that was a good pass. If he'd have missed that, I'd have bust him in the head because that man wide open. Denver could only be better if we had Shedeur. Wishbone. Yeah, he was wide open, dog. I don't know what that DB was doing, but he might not even see the field again. It's 16-7. They missed the extra point. That's what I was talking about. Dude gonna lose his job. And that DB. All of them gonna lose their job. That that was a good 2-minute drive. That was a good 2-minute drive. Even though that defense is trash, Shedeur might throw 3 touchdowns. All right. Yeah. Coach said just take a knee and let's get out of here. Yeah. Coach Coach just said let's just take a knee and get out of here. Bro, everybody and their mama. Look at that man wide open over there in that corner by himself. Ain't nobody covering him. Miss Jenkins says she got 12 going for 3 touchdowns, 170 and a rushing touchdown. He gonna light it up, man. Yes, ma'am, indeed. Deion bringing his own kicker. Mata. Cleveland starting center went down along with another player, and 84 is really good wide receiver for Cleveland. How will they hold 4 quarterbacks? They can hold 4 quarterbacks. Plus, they got one injured, so they can put him on injured reserve. Dylan Gable ain't threw nothing but out routes and cross the middle. 12 will have 3 touchdowns for 180. Yeah, because he is going to score. They're going to score quick and in bunches. Deshaun Achilles has healed. He walking better. It's a miracle. Shedeur make him stand on it. Nah. Deshaun ain't healed, dog. Deshaun go out there and make one wrong misstep, and he is out for good. That's what messed him up the first time. Because he should have stayed his butt out of California, out there playing around without no boot on, out in California, shopping and looking for houses because he got all that money. He should have kept his boot on and he wouldn't have blew his Achilles. That's why 12 is going to pick them apart. Grandpa Joe, y'all go with them names again. Y'all like to light them people up, man. And D.I. Gillen, D.I. Dillon, Dollar General, Grandpa Joe. It's a couple more that done been in here too, eh? Y'all ain't acting right. Everybody be careful. Watch the play calling for 12. Yeah, it's going to be different because they are different styles of quarterback. Dylan can't drive the ball down the field like Shedeur can. Dylan, this is what they say when they say he can process fast. Because he can throw the quick outs, the intermediate passes, but he ain't throwing nothing above 20. Shedeur can throw all of the throws. You know, Shedeur can throw all the throws. Dylan, look, quick out across the middle. Oh, that's Joe Flacco. That's Flacco throwing a few. But see, the problem is the Rams defense is just horrible, and everybody is out of place. Everybody's out of place. Ethan Patrick is out with a knee injury, and that's the Browns center. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. It's effective. Dylan gonna get somebody hurt. Yes, he is. Dylan is going to get somebody hurt with them hospital balls. But that's the same thing I told y'all last week. But Long as Dylan is playing like this, Kenny Pickett might be out. And then Shedeur get in there and show out. Then there's really no need. Now the numbers are finna pick up because it's halftime. Little Escape, Life Escape is in the building. Why are you here? You tell us why you here. You know what I'm saying? The rejected will be respected. The game getting ready to be exciting. Those players are going to turn up. He already did the tight ends out. Yeah. Center got a knee injury. Yeah, I told y'all didn't throw hospital balls. I told y'all that last week. Dylan Gabriel did well with no blitz and in shotgun, 10 to 15 yards with a clean pocket. Can win you about 4 or 5 games. Yeah, but that changes when the season starts. 12 we be playing with Bond. Life Escape to watch the play call for all the Brown QBs. Oh, okay. That's why you here. That's what I'm talking about. Kenny pick 6 pick. That's what we talking about, Life Escape. Come on in. We watching the plays. We calling them out on their BS. We know what time it is. We ain't even playing with them. Because we know the play calling for Shedeur is going to be different. It's going to change. It has to change because they are not the same. Dylan was going against 37U. 12 with Cook, 2 CDs in one hand. Why is Kevin Stefanski still employed? I've been asking that same question. How did he win Coach of the Year twice? He won 2 years ago when Joe Flacco took him to the playoff because he went and got Joe Flacco off the bench, which was his 5th quarterback that season. Nurse Betty, Dylan Gabriel will get someone. Yeah, boy. There go Tyler Shook. We ain't worried the shit. Did anyone notice that Dylan Gabriel's first red zone series that ended with a pass low for incomplete? There was a wide open receiver in the middle. I said that. The man was wide open coming across the front of the end zone by himself. Well, he had traffic behind him, but that's why I said, why did you throw that ball to that dude in the corner when you had a man come across the middle wide open? Off topic, any word on K-State Dylan Edwards injury? No, I ain't checked back on that injury. I know he went out earlier, said something about the smoke had messed him up. That's why he had that fumble. I want to see Shedeur utilize some weapons he never had at Colorado, like running backs and tight ends. Oh, somebody threw a pick. TM, they better bring Shedeur now before Dylan stinks it up with his dangerous passes. They ain't going to have no more tight ends and wide receivers with them hospital balls. Cleveland might need the Ravens' ex-kicker. They're about giving players second chances. Miss Pamela, I'm just glad he didn't get his back broken. Right. Gage almost got that hospital action. Steve Jackson. Yeah, Gabriel is going to literally get someone killed out there. Yeah. Gabe, Old Dollar General putting them in conflict out there. Dylan Gabriel needs some platform shoes. Well, where's the smoke? There is fire. Dylan Gabriel allergic to the middle of the field. No, he ain't. He throwing across the middle of the field. They just wide open. This defense is horrible. This defense is so bad. And halftime is almost over with. Y'all know what we finna do. I'm finna go to the bathroom real quick because I've been in this chair for 2 hours and I ain't moved and been on this water. So y'all give me about 5 minutes. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, grab me something else to drink, and then we coming back for halftime action. Y'all keep the chat going, talk about yourself, and then I'm gonna catch up when I come back in. Y'all keep it popping. No, we're not doing that. All right, y'all handle that real quick. I'll be right back. ball, Shedeur. We got the 1-2. They blitzing him. Now they want to blitz. 12 in the game. They want to blitz. $12 in the game. They want us in the house. They sending the blitz now. Shedeur got the third string. Dylan had the second string. No, this is what it is. You can't play with nobody who on the field. You got to play the people. You can't play with nobody but what's on the field. Now let's make it work. That was a quick 3 and out. Figured out, start something. We know they scared. No, it is what it is. False start. They're going to back them up again. No, they're going to take it. Let's go. Why Dylan ain't playing? They put 12 in. It's a fancy calling BS plays already. Why Dylan not playing? They ain't giving but a quarter. Nothing. DG would have had a first down, maybe. You got to take what they give you. They didn't call no blitzes against Dylan Gabriel. They called all zone. They played zone the whole time Dylan Gabriel was there. They running stunts and blitzes when Shedeur hit the game. I don't know what that is. We give midget in the club. Y'all need to stop. They call him. It's on now. Shedeur. See how they be about that turn up. What do you expect when DG can't see over the offensive line? Offensive line changed. Now Shedeur got to run around. Yeah, they changed it to the third string offensive line. No quick outs, no crosses. Play call looking totally different. That is true. All teams are working together to shut it down. I hate they switched up on them, and they gonna do what they gotta do. The Browns made their decision already before the game. Dylan would be their backup. That decision was already made, dog. Al Smith, where's the max protection? Oh no, we're not getting that. Now the offense can't block. They all work on the same offensive line drill. I wonder if they gonna run the ball the second half. We'll see. That's what you call a big boy tackle. And they got Andrew Berry on the mic. Yep, Shedeur playing with the people he practiced with. True. Gave her first 3 plays were running plays. That part. Y'all the new black KKK, man. Y'all need to chill. Poor play caller when Shedeur's in. Oh, good pass. Where's Andrew Berry from? We don't. They trying to fight. Everybody blocking for 12. We'll be back delivering packages and mopping floors next week. You smoking, man? It's not poor play calling this sabotage. Man, Andrew Berry collusion. They got Andrew Berry on the mic in the studio right now. Watch the coach. He gonna bullshit Shedeur for the third quarter. Too done. That's why I muted. I had it muted too, but I wanted to hear what he had to say. Sorry, Big Snacks. I don't see how people. I don't understand how people are so full of hate. You gotta let people do what they do, Rob. That's why I told you, all haters and trolls are welcome. Everybody get to have a difference of opinion. Barry trying to BS speak for what they are doing, yeah. Andrew looking like Uncle Tom from Django. Y'all need to stop. I'm pretty sure it's all lies. Cleveland got their coach from Timu. They asking him about Shedeur right now. Andrew Berry is in the throat. That's more hip hop is playing this game. Well, I ain't going over there. Andrew Andrew Berry definitely didn't grow up with black folks. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He grew up with his mom and daddy. They black people. Them is black peoples. Them black folks. Shedeur not even hype with the game. Man, because that line ain't blocking. All the top receivers are out. All the top receivers are out. Oh, he ain't getting no blocking. And they ain't throwing the them and Steve. Snacks confirmed his father was Uncle Tom Sr. Man. Yeah, he don't like that. He don't like that. He ain't getting no protection. And he ain't got no receivers that can get open. So when you playing with the extra garbage squad, then it is what it is. 50 is fabulous is in the bit. Who that big girl Williams? I don't know, but she ain't doing her job. That line not blocking. All the first team players are out. And the coach with the BS call, he looked so miserable. Yeah, he didn't look too happy walking off that field. Because he ain't getting no protection. He ain't getting no blocks. Shedeur does not look pleased. No, he wasn't pleased at all. But you can't be when you ain't getting the protection you need and you don't have the receivers on the field. You know what I'm saying? Like, then why he didn't catch the ball? You know, whatever. That's not right at all. taking all the top players out. He's like, what the fuck? I'm back at CU again. I rebuke Satan in the name of Jesus. You think I'm right? It's been rough since he touched the field. Because well, the biggest part is you don't have receivers that can get open. Right? You got all the whack receivers. So you ain't got nobody that can get open and do nothing. Yeah, they took Gage out. Offensive line ain't blocking. Well, the only thing they got to do is get partially open, and he can throw them the rest of the way open. But when you got receivers that just ain't getting nothing, he should ignore the coach called his own play. He can't do that. Floria's out because of injury, yeah. But they would have had Floria in there with Dylan Gabriel. He might have still been in the game now, but he threw a perfect ball and he missed. Offside. How offsides on the offense? I mean, who's a McDonald 31? Even I've seen him in a couple of practice videos, but he still ain't gonna make the team. He probably ain't gonna even make the practice team. He is playing with fourth and fifth string. Cream should have had Shedeur start and not the interception machine, old man, and Joe Flacco, the dang on midget, and Dylan Gabriel. I think this scripted for 12 to look bad over there. Nah. I could pimp slap Kevin and his whole baby. I'm gonna slap both of them. I missed the third down play. What happened? Nothing. You ain't missed nothing. Ain't nothing happened. Ooh. First down. God don't like ugly. When you hear something that happened to somebody, you'll know why. Yeah, ain't nothing happened on that third down play. He just threw the ball away. He couldn't get nothing. Yeah, because that guy should do it with garbage time and garbage receivers, garbage offensive line. And it's just bad. It's just important that you run your first and second and some of your third string out with Flacco and Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur get the rest of them. You know, everybody else that ain't played, y'all line up. Y'all next. Was it a 3 and out? Yeah. Yeah, it was a 3 and out. I don't see nobody encouraging Shedeur or dapping him up when he came off the field. He's not out there with starters. They just playing themselves because we see what they're doing. They are making themselves look terrible. You gotta play with the people you gotta play with, you know. He can't pick that. There's no comparison between Shedeur and Dollar General. Absolutely none. So why they didn't let the second team and third team miss on the offensive line? Dylan Gabriel is hot trash with moose hair. Hot garbage with moose hair. Jealous of his likes. They jealous of the man. Listen. Hey, it's gonna happen. It happens to the best of us. Okay, one down and out for Cleveland. Let the rest of the practice team get on the field. Yeah, that's who getting on the field. In the practice squad. Ain't no number one, number two receivers out there. Ain't no 1, 2, 3 offensive linemen been out there. It's just been the rest of the who's and the what's. Dylan Gabriel, future UFL quarterback. Third string. Hey, you can't be mad at Dylan Gabriel. He did what he was supposed to do when he was out there. And that's all you can do. Gage is gone. Yeah. Even with all this propping up tattoo deep playing, he still is not measuring up. What the equipment got? Yeah, we need the equipment guy. Gage gone. Isaiah Bond ain't been out there either. I ain't seen him. I have not seen him. You know. This is playing. Got Barry up in the box on the mic to explain why the BS is on the field. When do the general manager go up on the mic, control the narrative? Well, gotta do what you gotta do. After Pickett is traded, Gabriel is gone to be quarterback 2. Stefanski gonna hide his dislike for Shedeur. Heard Stefanski's dad, NBA is Stefanski hated Allen Iverson, like father, like son. Those funds, see what's going on this doesn't make sense. Yep, got Iverson traded. Boycott Cleveland. Cleveland been boycotted since they've been a franchise, but their fans still fill up the stadium every week. I wonder if NFL commissioner made them play 12 to cover up their collusion. Isaiah Plum played when Flacco was in. Probably. I am not a DG fan, never have been. I wanted the Cleveland Browns to draft Shedeur, but treat him better. Not the way they're treating him now. Bond played with Flacco. Just go PPO, man. We good in the chat, boy. You late. I'm busy. Yep, he did. Shedeur playing against his coach on the other team GM and racist folks make no sense. Her is not calling the plane, same place you know. That is not a first down, sir. We all know there's no way that Shedeur isn't hot about what Eric Dickerson said. Yeah. Y'all got me cracking up. That man said, get the Flacco on the Depends commercial. Now you want him hanging out with Prime. Well, Prime did say they was the same age. Prime did say they Shedeur looks like he's checked out. $5 super chat from C.A. Anderson. Shedeur looks like he checked out. Yeah, he don't look all that interested. Well, that's a first down. And they didn't even need no tush push for that. I wouldn't have checked in. Don Smith say smash the like button. Doggone right, Don. Tell him. Agree. Big Red Shedeur is about to audition for a starting job with the Rams. Old Stafford not gonna make it through the season. Stafford might not make it down the street, dog. Stafford back so bad. YouTube user, what's up, bro? You back? Oh, you can't. Good defense, even though you didn't look back. Not even mad at Dollar General at all. Keep it 100. Still waiting for the supercomputer. No, I ain't mad at Dylan. Dylan did his job. I think Flacco needs something for an arthritis commercial. Cause homeboy skip. Sanders sucked. He did good against the Panthers. This is why High 12 has to run the real offense with a bum line. Yeah, that line is horrible. They did the same stupid ish when they had Johnny Manziel. They finally started Johnny later in the year. I seen the playbook over and over and over again. This whole time, I've been a Cleveland Browns fan. Well, it didn't matter because Johnny wasn't ready for football. I think the Cowboys for real. Oh, we for real. You know, this our year. We going to the Super Bowl, baby. Don't play with it. Don't play by my Cowboys. Shedeur to play for the Rams where he can be a star. No hype in this game. He sees the game they playing. My oblique would be my reason for not going back in. No, he gonna go back in. He ain't no quitter. What is that O-line he put? We have no idea who that O-line is. Miss K Journey. We have no idea. That O-line is horrible. The play calling for 12 is eerie. Yeah. It's sad, but I don't expect them to do anything different. It's been unleashed in our society, and it's done opened the door without any remorse. I pray for our other young men that's on the team. It's just bad right now because of that line he playing with, the receivers he playing with. You know, they don't want him to play and get any time on the field. That's why things are going where it is. The Browns wanted to make Flacco and Dollar General look good. Excuses. If you waiting on Dylan Gabriel's supercomputer, you gonna get old fast. Flacco needs some fiber in his diet. You need some fiber in his diet. Yes, also fancy we want to talk about his post-conference, his little deal. Dylan still showing he's a backup at best. Hey, Dylan did his thing when he did his job when he got in. He got him a scoring drive. He got him a field goal. Play calling for Shedeur is complete opposite of what he called for Flacco and Dylan Gabriel. Yeah, but I told you that was going to happen. They was going to call the game different. They call the game different. They call the protections different. But Shedeur going to have to fix it. I'm worried, honestly, when they put Dylan in there against the real defense, it will be way different. Yeah, they know that. They ain't stupid. They saw him struggle against that mediocre defense. He got Huntley O-line. He got somebody O-line. He might got one of these high school O-lines over here. Offensive line is the security guard for Brown's parking lot. Dylan okay with being back up. That's his goal. Probably. It's a conspiracy. I believe they want Shedeur to actually be released. He ain't gonna do that. That's not what he gonna do. I don't understand why you do this one of your own. Hey, they've been doing it forever. This ain't nothing new. Always been throwing their own people on the bus. DG had everything out of the shotgun. All quick throws under 12 yards. It was basic. Yeah. I told you the play calling was going to be different. It's going to be hella different. They max protected Dylan and did the things they needed to do to get the ball out of his hand. They played the plumber delivery people. We don't want to hear Kevin Stefanski talking and saying nothing. I'm tired of his ass. Tired of him. Sick of it. Sick and tired. Oh, my bad. DG got no pass attempts under center either. Yeah, because he can't do. I told you that when we started this. Dylan Gabriel under center does not work. It's a disc. Not good backup. Rams need a quarterback. Yeah, Rams need a quarterback. Bad. Man, Andrew Berry's a widow. He go to Great Clips get haircut. Can't trust shit he say. Black man in Great Clips getting haircut, dog. That ain't cool. Andrew Berry a goofy. I turned off my TV in protest. Don't turn it off in protest. Yeah, this is definitely the practice squad O-line. Yes. Yeah, that supercut joint was it. Rams need to pick him up for sure. All 12 has to do is endure until the end. I'm going to not reward how they treat Sanders. They tripping though. Look at that running play. That man got 2 yards. Shedeur is here to change the game. In order to change the game, he got to go through it. He is protected and sent here to show Cleveland they need to repent for their wicked ways. It's being displayed. Andrew Berry still in the chat. Yeah, he just got players that can't get open. The Rams have been seeing how Shedeur been playing, and they can see what's going on. So they just might try to pick him up. He got players that can't get open. If I'm Shedeur, I audible, we can ask Madden. Shedeur got 0 reps. He got 0 backing from the organization. The only people they wanted him here are the fans. Throw the ball to you. That ain't no fumble. That was just bad. That was just bad. That was just bad. Yeah, he ain't got nothing. No receivers, no O line, no running backs. He just ain't got no help. He just ain't got no help. When you have an O line that can't block, receivers that can't get open, they want you to do 5 and 7 step drops because you need to get 10 yards to get the first down. What can you do? Yeah, his O line is real shitty. You got one receiver worth a damn right now. I don't want to hear the coach say anything after the game. Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. Well, we finna go to the fourth quarter. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. This game was set up to let Dylan Gabriel look good, and Shedeur looked bad to justify keeping Shedeur on the fourth place. It wasn't gonna change no matter what he did this game. Pain. I know that movie. There should be some penalties for the coach. He need to be independent and box. They say pull up your boots, buy the bootstraps, and then sell you boots without the straps. Yeah. And fake coach like he got a problem with calling them. It ain't just a play caller. They still mad about his success in the first game. It's just the people that's on the field. It's just the people that's on the field that he playing with. And they playing like, ugh. You know. Okay. It's just the people that's on the field with him. And ain't too much he can do about that. You can't play with nobody, nothing but the people they put in front of you. You know what I'm saying? Ain't too much you can do about that. You just gotta play with the scrubs that they give you. And they gave him a lot of scrubs. Not making excuses for Shedeur, but as soon as he entered the game, there is no pass protection. The commentators are pointing out only the negatives of Shedeur. This game is being scripted. Oh, yeah. If you know football, then you know there's some BS. Yeah. They took the line and every weapon out that made 12 bad. I really dislike this team from the owner, the GM, and the coach. I wish Shedeur would have changed every play to a run play when he was in the game. Look, man, this line isn't blocking. The running backs are doing nothing. It's all good, though. Wait for the regular season. That's what I'm saying. Come regular season, he'll get his shot. And then they don't have no choice. They don't have no choice. But right now, what he playing with is straight garbage. In this fourth quarter, Tyler Huntley might come in. How can Dylan Gabriel feel good about his performance when he knows that Shedeur Sanders wasn't playing with the offensive defense? Well, he can't. He gonna feel good about his because he played good. All I have to say that they are giving him bad calls to play, and those teammates seem to be sabotaging his game in order to make Dylan Gabriel look good. If Shedeur can, the right mentality when he knows all the things that they are did and are still doing to him, then he is a better man than me. I would have cracked by now. No, you can't crack. Pray for our nephew. I sure don't want him to get hurt with this trash. You right. Dylan Gabriel don't care because he knows Shedeur Sanders is better than him. Yeah. He still got more touchdowns than Dylan Gabriel in the preseason. True that. Well, you can't play with nothing but the trash cans that they put on the field. That old Gage LeVarden, he fielded punts. Gage gonna make the team. Oh, that nigga just got tattooed. I agree, Big Snacks. They will be exposed when regular season starts. This is America. The whole mission this game was to put DG in the best position to succeed. Got that man out there with mechanics. Should need to leave Huntley alone, period. Well, it is what it is. You got to learn from somebody. You got to get your information. Throw it, Shedeur. Throw the ball, Shedeur. He want to make a play, but he can't make a play because they in his face. He can't make a play because they in his face. Just throw the ball away. I just throw that mug in the stands every time I hike it. That man said he got that man out there with mechanics and truck drivers. I take offense to that. I'm a truck driver. Throw the ball, son. Shedeur out there with Walmart working. Yeah, he did that on purpose. He held that ball on purpose. He held that ball on purpose. Yeah, this is nasty work, dog. This is truly a nasty word. I just had to jump in and see what Quincy Carey was talking about. I thought I was the only one seeing Stefanski smiling. Kevin will not be employed next year by the Cleveland Clowns, and I hope the few fans they have throw shoes at it. Good bit. Was more concerned. Oh man, come on! I don't recognize his team, even his normal 2s and 3s. Yeah, just don't get hurt. That's all it is. The play calling is different than the play calling for Gabriel. I predicted a 1-4 start for this team. The defense is good for 1 win. The O-line blocking like it's their last game with the team. What happened to the short routes? The line isn't blocking. 54 didn't block. He got sacked. 54 got the nerve off his hand to lift it. Man, it's crazy. Yeah, they are calling longer routes for Shedeur. They are calling longer dropbacks. He's trying to make big plays with nobody. Yeah. Coach like, yes, but my plan is working over here, coach. Yeah, coach was like, yeah, that's exactly. We're going to jump in with G. Bush then when they go live. Which shouldn't be long. They going to get it popping. Well, we don't know. We don't know what it is, man. Yeah, he just having a bad ass game, dog. It's just a horrible game. He ain't getting no protections. He ain't getting no blocking. He ain't getting no nothing. He just getting all the bull crap. Ooh, fumble! That man just got drilled. That man just got drilled. He just got drilled so hard. I don't think he want to play no more. That ain't no fumble. Brown can't cause a fumble. But the thing is that what's going on with Shedeur, he having a bad game and he's not getting the protection that he needs. He's trying to make a big play and he shouldn't be trying to do that. He should be just getting rid of the ball and doing what he got to do. But y'all know what? He finna go down the field and score. on this drive right here. This third drive. Shedeur gonna do what he always does. First two drives, they suck. Now he finna go play football. No. This is gonna be a 95-yard drive. He finna go play football. He finna go do what he was built to do. Let me go get my gummy bears. Hold on, let me get my gummy bears. Cause this finna be real good. We had a commercial break. And I got me a commercial eats. Cause we gonna get these gummy bears. But I'm telling y'all, Shedeur had his couple of bad drives. Now he finna come down and do his thing. You know what I'm saying? And if y'all like your boy, get your gummy bears on. You feel me? Yeah. He having a bad game. That's true. But everybody have a bad game. But like I'm telling y'all, he gonna do what he's always done. He resilient. Look at him. He trying to get that selfie on. He can show y'all, hey, I'm at the game posted up with Shedeur. Yeah, ain't nobody blocking for him. We all see that. We all see that he ain't getting no protection. We all see what's happening. We ain't stupid. You know, you can't throw the ball if you ain't got nobody to throw it to. You ain't got nobody to run the ball. You know, so what you want him to do? What you want him to do when he ain't got nobody to throw the ball to? He ain't got nobody running the ball. It looked like the Colorado offensive line of 2023 when as soon as you say height, it's a man in your face. Are we kicking the ball again? I thought we had the ball down there on the 5. No, Miss Pamela. Them seats ain't gonna be empty. Right. Them ain't the same players he had with the Panthers. Them the players after those players that he had with the Panthers. Wudon might as well just take off when the pads ain't there. Got to move chains somehow. Why? He finna go right down the field and score this drive. Because this is what he do. That's the first time they never ran the ball worth the crap. Kansas State lost to Iowa State good. He was familiar with the guy he played with. He can't do it by himself. No, he can't. But now look what they're doing. They put some different linemen in the game. They upgraded the linemen. That is not a fumble. They're going to have to do something. See how when the man get open, he can throw the ball. When a man get open, he can throw the ball. But somebody got to get open. And that's the problem. Throw the ball. There you go. Oh, you can't drop that. You can't drop that. You can't drop that. You can't drop that. You can't drop that ball, dog. That's the problem. That is the problem. See, the problem is, it ain't that he don't know what he's doing. He ain't got no protection. You gotta have some protection in order to do what you're supposed to do. And he ain't got that. Man, when you step back and as soon as you drop back to throw the ball and you got people on your hip, It ain't that he got happy feet. He going the wrong way. He going back, and he should be going forward. He should be stepping up in the pocket instead of running out of the pocket trying to run away. He got to step up and throw the ball away or hit a receiver. I mean, that's on him for stepping up out of the pocket like that. You gotta be able to step up in that pocket. If you stepping up in the pocket, you gonna take, even if you take the sack, you're gonna lose as many yards. He gotta quit trying to step back and go around them defensive edges instead of stepping up and letting them run past him. You step forward while they pushing back, and then either you got two choices. You run the ball, throw the ball away. Now, if that halfback would have caught that ball, or whoever that was a touchdown. Because he could have been running for days because wasn't nobody there. And if he just step up in the pocket, he'd be look a whole lot better. We got a $10 super chat from C.A. Anderson. Pray for Shedeur. The plan is to break the boy so they can kill the man. If they can break Shedeur, he will not become the man he's intended to be. Appreciate that $10 super chat, CA. I might as well get in the game. 5'11", 250. I got you 12. My own boys play football on concrete, on jersey in your hood. Put me in. Put her in, coach. Rio will be my last game watching Cleveland. I'm a 49ers fan, but 12 my guy. But I'm selling my Ravens versus Brown tickets. Yeah, you can sell them, bro. You can sell them. At this point, Shedeur needs to take a peek at the rush before he goes through his progression, because most likely the rush will be in his lap before the play develops. Yeah. And Sean McVay sending the blitz too. This looked like the Nebraska game last year. They aren't shortening the receivers' routes. No, they're not. You think Shedeur took too many sacks, should have took the ball away. When you rewatch the film, you can see how bad the poon was. Nah, he just didn't do. It's just him not stepping up in the pocket a lot of them times. Now, that is what he needs to do. He needs to quit trying to get outside the pocket and step up in the pocket. But what I'm saying is, that big sack was bad. Yeah, it's on him, because he just should have laid down and took the sack when they were back there. But he tried to make more, and he didn't. It's just on him. He got to fix what he got to fix. He got to step his ass up in the pocket. But don't think Twitter ain't gonna have fun tonight with this footage. This is just horrible gameplay, dog. No, he's out of bounds. How did they get him that first down? Barbara, you done? Don't go, Barbara, because we gonna watch G. Bush and them. I don't know how they get that first down. Because the man always out of bounds when you catch the ball. Well, okay. Let's see Flacco and Dillon for the season. He who laughs best. That is correct. Now, this was a bad game, but that was a bad line. That was just a bad everything. Bad people. Bad everything. I don't know what the route concepts were they were trying to run. The route concepts was just bad. The play calling was just bad. It's just been a whole different animal. And all I know is the internet is going to have fun tonight. All we know is the internet is going to have fun tonight. But when you don't have the tools, when you don't have the tools, what can you do? You know, when they oh, he made the field goal. He sucked too. Wait a minute, field goal kicker. Field goal kicker sucked. That's all I'm saying. I need to take a break from all this chaos and sabotage going on here in modern day slavery. I pray Sanders sue the NFL for millions. If he sue him, it better be for billions. Honestly, Shedeur does have to eat this if they lose. He did show things where he can get better, even if he had all the odds against him. Yeah. I hope the Rams win because they won with the second and third string, fourth string players. It is what it is, man. no protection. I might call him how the NFL has not protected him. Part of me want them to play Dylan. They ain't no way in hell they put Dylan in there. Dylan was pathetic. He had max protect and so unfair. Yeah, the play calling was definitely different. There's nothing new for Shedeur as far as the criticism goes. He will handle it like always. Our support won't waver. Yeah, Shedeur gonna be fine. Shedeur gonna be just fine. It's time for Tyler Huntley. All right, it's time. Let me see if G. Bush and them finna go, because Tyler Huntley finna come up. I know Bush and them finna go live. But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he missed the field goal. How they get an extra point? That's what I want to know. How they get 17 and he missed the field goal? It's okay to have been exposed for the bias against Shedeur Sanders and the favoritism toward Munchkin Dollar General. I can't wait for Dylan to get that first team work. All that weak short miss will be taken away. See, there go 31 again. He done coughed up the doggone ball. You just turn it off. Get Shedeur out of this hellhole, please. Oh, that's a pick. That is a pick. That is definitely a pick. He just robbed that boy. Give me this in. Oh, G. Bush is live. Y'all ready? Oh, we going in. We going in. Here we go.
We'll get another shot now to run the 2-minute drill, Earl, but let's start in chronological order. We saw all three quarterbacks play. We'll get to Shedeur, we'll get to Dylan, but real quick, Joe Flacco played slightly more than a quarter, 9 of 10, threw a touchdown pass at 129 quarterback rating. What did you make of Joe Flacco's performance?
I thought he was efficient. I thought he handled his business. First pass to Jerry Jeudy was kind of low, but outside of that, he rattled off 9 straight completions, led the Cleveland Browns down on a touchdown drive. So I thought Joe was steady. I thought he was cool, Joe, and I thought he was efficient in his time. I thought when he spoke to Aditi after the fact, he talked about, it was good that he got the opportunity to play and how he wanted those reps and things like that. So I thought, not too much to make out of it. I thought he looked good. Led the Browns down there on the touchdown drive. So I thought he was solid.
We're going to go in chronological order here. We're starting with Joe Flacco. What'd you make of QB1's performance today?
Oh, listen, I liked what he did. I thought Joe Flacco was crisp. I thought, he had a couple of throws. I think he had some good timing on the screenplay. I thought they did a pretty good job of him showing his levels to it. You can't ask for you to be more crisp than 9 and 10. Got a touchdown on the board. Nice throw to Harold Fanning Jr. Shout out to him. I know that was special for him being from the area, getting his first touchdown in front of the dog pound. So that was a dope opportunity for him. I thought Joe came in to look crisp for the most part, and
G. Bush ain't gonna go hard on
UCSS. Passing game looked solid. I was a little disappointed in the run game a little bit, but we'll get to that later on. But I thought Joe Flacco did a good job.
So I was at Brown Stadium for the first half of the game. So I saw Joe Flacco. I had really good seats. Shout out to KYC for having the raffle. Flacco looks incredibly slow, just in his dropbacks, G. And I don't know if it comes across on the TV. I'll be something to keep an eye on. But he was efficient, threw the ball really well. The ball flies out of his hand. That touchdown pass to Fannin was about as good as you can throw a ball. And shout out to Fannin, by the way, tight end, who was lined up at a receiver position on the outside, got inside leverage, and did a good job protecting his body. Flacco did not throw a hospital ball. Those are kind of the routes where you can get your receiver killed if it's not a perfectly thrown ball. So I thought Flacco passed the test, did what he needed to do. Let's go to the next quarterback who came in. Dillon Gabriel was the second quarterback for the Browns, led him on a couple of drives. He did not execute properly in the red zone on his first drive. I thought he could have scrambled. Instead, he tried to throw it in. Ended up being a little low and incomplete to Jamari Thrash. He did get a chance to run the 2-minute drill. I believe he was 8 of 11 for 86 yards and a touchdown on that 2-minute drill through a couple of really nice passes. What did you make of Dillon Gabriel's performance today, G? We saw just less than a quarter from
they can talk all the trash
I like what he did in that second drive. I thought he had a good opportunity to run that 2-minute drill. I thought he did a really nice job of working the sidelines on that 2-minute drill. He was hitting the out routes. There was a couple times that he snuck a few balls in there. Joe mentioned that he was like, hey, switch that up a little bit. But for the most part, I even said on Twitter, there was that deep corner route that set him up for the touchdown. I thought that was pinpoint. I thought that was on the money. I also thought he did a good job of working his progressions, made it back to this third or fourth read. Found, I think it was that Larvadan in the corner. That for that touchdown, moving around. So shout out, listen, good for him. I thought that was cool to see him get his first touchdown on the board. Thought that he was very quick in getting the ball out. And what you want to do in a 2-minute drill, you want to get points on the board. Last week it was a field goal he got. This week was a touchdown. So definitely saw some improvements with that. I thought he had a really nice drive on that point and a really nice. I thought he would definitely improve for the first week. This week I saw more.
Yeah, I echo that. I kind of thought Dillon played much better this game than he did last game. The first drive, he was 3 for 8, 43 yards, 1 for 1 on third down. I thought the first drive in particular was a bit of a mixed bag from Dillon, but he still led the Cleveland Browns on a field goal drive. And then you get your second opportunity, with a 2-minute warning situation. And he was 9 for 11 for 86 yards. He, operated solid from the shotgun. I thought he was quick. I thought he was on time with his decision making, and he was very efficient. And he threw a touchdown pass. He just seemed to me to be more under control than he was in his last start. He seemed to me to be more fluid, more efficient, and just seemed like he wasn't like he just seemed like more settled in everything that he was doing. I thought that 2-minute drive was a nice way to bounce back from a subpar first drive. Even though he ran it, even though he kind of let us down there on a field goal drive.
Hospital ball.
Come down there in that situation, I thought it was good situational football right before the half. And again, quick decision making, very efficient. Every single pass he attempted during that 2-minute drill was out of the shotgun. It seems like two things to me. He's clearly very, very comfortable out of the gun, and he's very, very comfortable throwing that quick out route.
So I think Dillon Gabriel is kind of built for 2-minute drills, G. Because he throws a really nice out ball, really nice out route. And we've talked about this before. He's small. And in person, seeing him in a huddle alongside the 6'5", 6'6" offensive lineman, it's noticeable. It looks like him and Deion Sanders are playing a different sport. But when you throw the ball and have an arm like he does, you can get away with it. And in the 2-minute drill, when you're trying to work the sidelines to get guys out of bounds, to stop the clock, etc., I think it plays into what he does best. You're essentially trying to avoid the middle of the field at all costs, G. And Earl, you're playing up those out routes, those deep comebacks, which is what Dillon throws well. Now, he did have one on that 2-minute drill where he tried to come across the middle on a deep dig to Gage Laverdin, and he almost got 84 killed. Like, that was a hospital ball. We talk about when he misses high quite a bit. And when you miss high on a receiver coming across the middle, that is not how you make good relationships with your receiver.
And that ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage too.
Yes.
I remember Joe saying that on a broadcast. So like Mike, you've been kind of pointing that out a lot, that when he does miss, he misses high. And you did see the tip pass finally show up, But of that whole drive, like you said, You know, it was about 2 throws there that
Yeah,
you kind of
Shedeur
wish he
on
would
deep
have
routes.
back. The first drive, he probably could have scrambled, but overall, I thought it was a much more efficient performance in
for
his
sure.
second stint of action for Dillon
He
Gabriel.
looked so much more comfortable in the pocket. And the one thing we've heard, and I'm going to say something that everyone's going to get mad at, but we've heard it a million times. He's that supercomputer, right? Like, he processes everything. Well, it looked like in the first game he played against Philadelphia, at times when he was trying to go through his progressions, he got choppy feet. He didn't look comfortable in the pocket. He wasn't trusting his eyes. Today, G, I thought he looked pretty damn comfortable in going through his progressions, finding if his first receiver wasn't there, working his way to his second and third read. And it's preseason. Take everything good and bad with a grain of salt. This is not the end-all, be-all for Joe, for Dillon, for Shedeur, for Tyler Huntley, who's leading them on a nice little comeback drive right now. But I thought he looked good today. I was impressed by Gabriel. I'm not going to lie.
I put it like this. I would listen just on first watch. I'm deciding between I got him at a B+ or A-. I don't know which one I'm gonna go with right now, but I would probably have to run him back. But he's well in that area. Just on the throw in the corner, that was a nice tight throw, and I put a premium on trying to get points on the board. So that's where I would have him just on first watch.
Yeah, I was about to say, you know, you coming off of week 1 where I felt like he was responsible for both of those turnovers. And then essentially for the most part, you played a very, very clean football game. To me, you know, I'm going to always take points off the board when you turn the football over because, again, turnovers can lead to very, very bad things. And today he just came out and he was efficient. Again, first drive, bit of a mixed bag, 3 for 8, 43 yards. You know, it wasn't nothing impressive, but you come out there playing situational football with a 2-minute drill in that second drive. And then he just, like I said, the decision-making was very quick. I think he understood what he needed to do, where he needed to go with the football. He was just fast. He was efficient, getting the ball downfield. I thought Kevin Stefanski did a great job of making sure he stayed in the shotgun to keep him comfortable just to see what he can do and, you know, how he can execute that. And so to me, you know, you see a lot of good from Dillon Gabriel. You also see where his strengths are, but I would just warn that, you know, if we get closer to the season or we're in a situation to where he's thrown in there and he has to play, I think like he's put enough on film to where teams are going to say, okay, these are his tendencies and this is where he's strong at. So if we take this away from him, what can he do next on the next level? And I think that he's done enough to where I'm encouraged that once more is added to his plate, that he'd be okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the only short quarterback in football. You see Bryce Young has the same issues thrown across the middle. Kyler Murray, it was a little knock on Russell Wilson. Last thing on Gabriel, then we'll move on to Shedeur. They ran a play, G and Earl, where they sent Caden Davis in motion to the left. Then they had him sprint back across the line of scrimmage or behind the quarterback. As they snapped the ball, they did a straight into a rollout where he dumped it off to the running back in the flat who was wide open. Mm-hmm. How many times have we asked over the course of this show for Kevin Stefanski to manipulate the defense to give his quarterbacks easier completions? And that was a throw that I genuinely believe I could have made. Like it was that open. It was a really, really, really good design play by Stefanski. I'm encouraged that maybe, and I know that's not necessarily Flacco's game per se, but like maybe we are going to see a little more stuff from the Stefanski. By the way, as Andre Schmidt kicks the game-winning field goal, the Browns finish the preseason undefeated. They win 19-17. We'll talk about Dustin Hopkins at the very end too, because we got some kicking issues. But my point is,
did Dustin Hopkins make that?
No, Schmidt did. Schmidt kicked it. So I'll just say this: I liked the creativity, and it was a little wrinkle to the Stefanski offense we hadn't seen yet. So, with that being said, guys, let's get to the third quarterback we saw today. That was Shedeur Sanders. His stat line reads like this: 3 of 6, 14 yards. He was sacked 5 times. Offensive line was left a lot to be desired. Let's just leave it at that. But Earl, I'll let you go first on this one. What'd you make of Shedeur's performance today against the Los Angeles Rams?
I thought Shedeur's performance was a bit tough to evaluate because I didn't think he really got many opportunities to really show what he could do. When the Cleveland Browns offense came out in the second half, it just seemed stagnant. It seemed stale. It just seemed like it was uninspired, you know, throughout the game. I think at one point, you know, in the middle of the third quarter, the Browns had 2 total yards of offense. And we talk about Kevin Stefanski's game being, you know, relying on a rushing attack. and then play action pass. And, you know, I thought he did what he could to put Shedeur Sanders in situations to get him comfortable. But the offensive line was a mess. If you listen to the broadcast, Joe Thomas kind of alluded to a few situations to where he thought Shedeur Sanders could have stepped up in the pocket to avoid some of those sacks. I kind of disagree with Joe just a little bit. I mean, I feel like if you watch it in real time, and of course, I'll go back and watch the game again. But, I mean, 72 was getting beat like he stole something every single time Shedeur dropped back to throw the ball. On a few of those sacks, I will say you got to throw the ball away. Like you can't take those type of sacks when you lose 24 yards, for example, on a drop back and things like that. But it just seemed like he didn't really get many opportunities to show what he could do. You can tell he was visually frustrated, and I felt like his last drive he had probably like a drop back or two to where I kind of thought he pressed a little bit only because he wanted to make a play and he was trying to make the most of the opportunities because he was watching the clock like we was. You know, preseason was coming to the end, and these opportunities to really display what he could do, you know, was coming to an end as well. But I thought it was very stagnant, very uninspiring, but not just from Shedeur, just from totality of the situation. The offensive line was not good. He had no running game to really kind of help him get into rhythm. Of the 3 and 6, one of those was a drop pass. So just overall, I thought the Cleveland Browns came out in the second half not with the same type of energy that they went into the locker room with.
G?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I would say. And the first one that I will say is because
he might be feeling good.
If Coach Prime was here and Coach Prime was talking, Coach Prime would say, hey, listen, hold your head up. I want to see the energy. I want to see the energy level different. I want to see that body language different. When you out there, if you in a tough situation, we still want your body language to say leadership. We want your body language to say, hey, we need to continue to inspire these guys, even though we might be out there with 4s and 5s or where we at. I want to see you keep your head up. I want to see the body language, right? Obviously, he was pressing after with the pressure and different things like that. But as a critique, I want you to hold yourself to a higher standard and Shedeur will tell you that. In coaching staff will tell you that. It ain't gonna go all the way right all the time. You ain't gonna have the level of blocking that you need to have a lot of times. Sometimes people gonna drop the ball, but you still need that opportunity to go out there and have the teammates feel like, yo, this play is the next play. And I thought in that moment, he was pressing, and you could see the frustration level. So let's get to that critique overall is something that I think even Coach Prime will tell him. But in terms,
100%.
So in terms of what I saw, look, we came into the game and we said it like this, and we're gonna have a good opportunity to see what type of energy people got, right? So when he played well, we said temper our expectations and thoughts, correct? We said that if he would have came out there and struggled, he's a rookie, blah, 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 just temper their expectations. So now we're going to see if you get to a place and you're going to give that same grace that we gave last week, right? We say temper your expectation. This is a learning piece. This is a learning game. All the above, letter D. I don't think Shedeur Sanders played a horrific game. I don't think he played up to his best standards. I do think that he got frustrated a little bit. But in terms of the competition that he's playing with, I mean, he's playing with 4s and 5s, people. He's playing with receivers with number 31. Like, at the end of the day, if we're going to evaluate it, either you're going to evaluate him as a 5th-round pick, like y'all like to say, or you're going to evaluate him based on what everybody else is doing and who they playing with. Because when other people are playing with 1s, it looks great, right? When other people is playing with 2s, it looks great, right? When you do have your second receivers and the Jamari Thrashes and whoever you got in the game, it's a different type of energy. So, did it look great today? No. But at the end of the day, you also have to take it in totality. Who you're playing with, who are the guys that are playing, and who are guys are in the game. And at the end of the day, when you look at the offensive line play, don't take my word for it. Joe Thomas said they wouldn't block it. So you can just say G. Bush is biased. You got to call Joe Thomas biased, and he happens to be a Hall of Famer. He said, hey, the running game was not working. The passing game was not working. And when you're in the game trying to put points on the board, yes, you're going to have to hold the ball a little bit longer. I will say Some of them, a couple of those sacks, he can't get rid of the ball. There's one or two plays where after you're battling and fighting, throw it away. It's the same thing I told Dylan Gabriel. Throw it away.
Yeah.
You got to live to fight another day. And sometimes, especially when you do got an oblique injury, you can't be running around with cats all the time. So that's one of the things. Throw it away.
Yeah, I mean, let's call a spade a spade. He didn't play well. The entire offense played poorly in the second half. It's not all his fault. I mean, Patrick Mahomes was atrocious in the Super Bowl against the Eagles, and he was running around like a chicken without his head because the offensive line couldn't block. When the rest of your offense isn't up to par, the quarterback's going to look worse. But it doesn't excuse the fact that I thought he held onto the ball too long. Joe Thomas alluded to his drifting natures and tendencies, which I thought kind of showed a little bit. Earl, I got to watch it back on the All-22 to see if he could have stepped up or not. I'm going to default to Joe on this one because he has the bird's eye angle from the broadcast booth as opposed to us watching on TV. Not going to kill him for it. You're right, G. He does have to just throw the ball away sometimes. He's going to get himself killed more than anything else by trying to keep running around in circles like that. He took a couple big hits. I'm hoping the reason he didn't come out for that last 2-minute drive was his oblique injury had flared up and not something else, because to me it makes no sense why you wouldn't put him back out there for that 2-minute drive as opposed to Tyler Huntley. Like, what are we learning about Tyler Huntley in that 2-minute situation? But the whole offense in the second half was an abomination. All the creative, all the stuff that I liked in the first half.
It just seemed like the energy went away. It seemed like It just seemed like everything that you kind of came into the start of the game with, when the Browns came out in the second half, it would just seem like, all right, yeah, whatever. Yeah. Like, and that's just legit how it looked. It didn't seem like
it's how, by the way, it's how it felt in the stadium. For the record, as someone who was there, Earl,
I know
it's how it felt in the stadium.
4-5 is
well, listen, guys, that's so we talk about this all the time. That's the way it is when you're getting to the back of the game. When you've them plays, I got 8 to 10 scripted for Joe. He better look good. When Dylan come in, I got 8 to 10 scripted. We need to score. And I thought also, it so happened that Dylan got an opportunity to run the 2-minute offense, right? Yeah. And when he got in with the 2-minute offense, now you're in rhythm. You're getting back there. You're in shotgun. You're doing some things. So he caught the rhythm. And like I said, I got him in a B+, A-. So that has nothing to do with my evaluation of Shedeur Sanders. When you look at it, by the time you get to the 4s and 5s, man, and I've played where I've been a 1 sitting there drinking Kool-Aid, or I've been a 4 and 5 in the game. It's just different levels of the attention and detail.
Can I ask you a question real quick on that though? And I don't know. I'm not trying to start. I'm genuinely asking a question. Wasn't this the same offensive line that he was playing behind against Carolina after those first couple drives?
Yes, but here's the thing. When you're a bad player, like bad players have a variance, right? It's not like that's why they're 4s or 5s. It's the consistency level, right?
Yeah.
You could put up buckets with you can have a nice drive and do some different things. But when you play in a different team and a different skill set, it's variance to it. So you can't ask for those players to be lights out because they're 4s or 5s or reason. So that just is what it is.
No, I can get with a 4 or 5 having a bad game, but when you are 4 or 5 and you are fighting like hell for a roster spot and you trying to make this team, to Mike's point, there's a level of energy that I would assume, a backup player knowing that you're going to play most, if not all, of the second half will come out that locker room with. And that didn't happen. And so, like, I hear you. When you get to dealing with 4s and 5s, there's a lot of inconsistencies there when you're talking about in terms of the level of play. But there's got to be an attitude and an energy level that's associated with that. And these are young men that's trying to make this roster or another NFL roster. And this is week 3 of the preseason. I get it. It's the back end. Everybody tired. That open week is coming before you get to the regular season. But I'm curious to know how many of the GMs are going to watch little things like that, how people that's 4th and 5th string on the roster went into halftime, came out of halftime, and how they executed, knowing that, like, this is it pretty much.
Yeah. Listen, it's just disappointing because we had such high expectations. We wanted to see these 2 young quarterbacks go out and face a common opponent and hopefully have as close of a 1v1 comparison as you can get. And we didn't get that today for 352 different reasons. I wish
Gotta
Shedeur
get a
made some
man
plays.
some
I don't
playmaking.
know what plays were to be made. Like, it's hard to evaluate in real time watching on the TV broadcast.
You're right.
Is anyone open downfield? Because you're only watching him running like a chicken without his head because the offensive line couldn't stop a nosebleed. Like, it's really hard in the
Different
initial view until you get that bird's eye angle to see
different drop.
were there guys open? Was he late
With
on
no quick
reads?
outs. With no slant.
Was there any chance for him to make a play, or was it a dead play from the get-go? Those are the things that we're going to have to come back on Monday and have a better idea of. But, he had 3 completions and 5 sacks. Like, it's hard to spin any positive out of that, even if I don't think it's all his fault. And I think the entire offense was an absolute catastrophe in the second half.
Yeah, listen, I always look at it like this, man. If he played well, right, and this is the thing people talk about, and when we talk about goalposts and how things move, right? All last week we talked about Dillon Gabriel's 2 turnovers, right? They made it away where those 2 turnovers weren't significant. Dillon Gabriel still played well. Shedeur Sanders had 2 touchdowns. They made it away where that wasn't significant, because even after he played well, he was still 4th string. So if we're sitting here and he played well one week and he didn't play well this week and he's still 4th string, then what are we talking about? At the end of the day, you're talking about a player that has not received first-team reps, a person that I went to practice. I mean, it's not as if he was getting reps with 1s or 2s the whole practice, the whole year.
Yeah.
So if you want to do victory laps on somebody playing with the 4s and 5s and they don't look good because, they didn't have much protection and they held the ball too long, well, there you have it at the end of the day. But let's just be honest with you. Like, it's not a 1v1 opportunity. Like, if it's 1v1, if you're going to say, I'm going to give him 50 reps with the 1s, I'm going to give him 50 reps with the 1s. We'll see who develops. We'll see who gets the chemistry. We'll see who plays well, and we'll go at it. The Cleveland Browns have said that's not what they're doing. They view Shedeur Sanders as a project, and they view Dillon Gabriel as somebody that they want to play and start. Dillon looked good today, but it's not an apples-to-apples comparison when it comes to opportunity and whatever the case may be. Let's just be honest.
It never was. And I spoke to this on the radio today. I think Kevin Stefanski made a grave error in communication when you said that this was a quarterback competition. Because in my mind and my heart, I know whatever narrative has been pushed about Kenny Pickett among others, but somewhere in my mind, I believe that Kevin Stefanski was going to always go with Joe Flacco as the starting quarterback of this team. And then when you look at the rep share of the rookies, for example, it makes you wonder if they were even competing to be quarterback 3 because the rep share was not equal. And we're talking about a front office and a coaching staff that is driven on analytics, right? We know that everything has a number game as far as their end game as when they go about their business. And to G's point, if this was a true quarterback competition, then you would have made sure each rookie quarterback got the same amount of reps with each said unit. And to me, when you just go throughout training camp and you look how everything took place, Joe Flacco never really took many reps at all. And that tells me, okay, this is not a competition. He's not taking reps because he's the quarterback. Kenny Pickett was being force-fed reps because he's a veteran quarterback that's a former first-round pick, and you assume there's something there. And then you got your 2 rookie quarterbacks to where it seemed like one was just left to pick up the scraps, and you had somewhat of a plan, a concept of a plan for one of the rookies, but it was never apples to apples. And I think overall, when it comes to the 4 quarterbacks, I don't believe in my heart it was ever a competition. I think Joe being named the starter is exactly how it was going to play out to begin with. And Kenny Pickett making this roster and being quarterback 2, even if he didn't play a damn snap in the preseason, was going to turn out to be just what it is anyway. So I think it was just a grave error in communication from the beginning to the end of this whole situation.
Yeah, the biggest lie Kevin Stefanski ever told us was this was an open 4-way quarterback competition. What he should have said is all 4 quarterbacks are going to have a chance to compete, because that's technically what they did, but it was never an actual competition. Shedeur and Dillon never had a chance to outduel the 2 veterans in practice. It was evidently clear by all the things, not that Stefanski said, but that he did. Jason says this all the time. You have to follow their actions, not their words sometimes. And Shedeur, despite what he did against Carolina, never got bumped up and had an opportunity to get more reps. It was always Pickett, despite the fact he didn't play at all in the preseason, is probably going to be on this roster, is probably going to be their backup. And that tells me if it's a competition, then he didn't compete. So how is he? It was never a competition. Stefanski lied to us. And as the head coach of a team, he has every right to lie to us. The media gets lied to by coaches and executives all the time, G. But this whole notion that it was an open 4-man competition could not have been further from the truth.
It's like, okay,
Yeah,
listen, there's a level. I heard Daryl Ryder this morning. Daryl Ryder came on and he said, well, it doesn't matter what Shedeur does in this game anyway. He can throw for 400 yards in this game. He's still going to be 4th on the depth chart. So, like,
and he's right. He's right, by the way. He's right. He's right.
Like, so, like, people are saying, like, if this is what you are taking to be like, oh, he's garbage. Well, you're going to take that and run and say he's garbage. But I didn't see what you were saying the first week. And, particularly somebody didn't play well last. It's a thing where we move and we make how we want to make it, right? If anybody, if anything, how is Kenny Pickett even in contention? How is he a backup quarterback that has not practiced?
But G, Mike, here's to take it a step further. So Andrew Berry was in the booth with Chris Rose and Joe Thomas during the third quarter. And when he was asked about it, he said, and I quote, as far as the Browns keeping 4 quarterbacks, not much of a decision for us. All have done what we've asked them to do. And that's counterproductive to what Kevin said. How has everybody done what you asked them to do when Kevin said they was going to compete when one quarterback was never given the opportunity to compete? As far as the Shedeur Sanders point of it, man, if you want to take a victory, I think Shedeur sucked because the game today didn't go, quite as some expected to. Okay, cool. But again, I go back to some things that Andrew Berry talked about. And he said it was 2 things on Shedeur Sanders that stood out to him, that going from the language that he used or that was spoken, in college at Colorado, transferring that to the NFL, it was like speaking English fluidly and then somebody asking you to speak Mandarin fluidly. And so that went back to what I've always felt like. Whoever put this narrative out here that Shedeur Sanders was dumb or that he couldn't process and he didn't understand what was going on the football field, I thought they failed to clarify and articulate that point. It seems like to me, based on the general manager words, is the terminology is totally different from what Shedeur Sanders is used to. And that is one of the things that they're asking him to improve on. But people were out here saying that he didn't know the playbook and he couldn't really execute the play. That's not true. It's just the language is different from what he's used to, and he's learning that. The second thing Andrew Berry said is that he learned that he was mentally and physically tough. Mentally tough. We all know the situation that has taken place from the time he was drafted until now, right? Physically tough. He suffered an oblique injury last week, missed that game. Andrew Berry gave him a nod to, he did whatever he had to do to get himself ready to compete and go out there and play in this game. And so, I feel like Andrew Berry is proud of the progression that he's seen from Shedeur Sanders from April to now. And we'll see it. Well, we won't see it, but the Browns will get a front row seat, of the things that he's doing behind the scenes as we get throughout the regular season.
All right, we got 30 super chats, so let's get to them. We appreciate everyone who sends us in super chats. First one is Patrick Williams, who says Stefanski clearly set up Shedeur to fail. No O lineman blocked for Shedeur. Real quick, can we just squash the notion that the Browns intentionally told offensive linemen don't block? Will you just squash that, please?
That don't happen. They ain't not going. But what can happen is you can just be bad.
Yeah.
You just not good. When you're not good, you give up pressures against good people, bad people, medium people. I don't think, but it looks like that because you're just not good up front, especially when you're playing with guys that won't be on rosters next week.
Next one comes from Irv. They think KG's better. Please just cut Shedeur. Chris Lowry says Sanders looks like he wasn't healthy and was playing with subpar talent. The injury certainly could have played a part in it today. Absolutely could have played a part in it. We, credit to him for playing through injury.
I will tell you
never
this.
Talk about it.
He wouldn't. He's not gonna say that.
I don't care what.
I just put it to you like that. He's not gonna say that. He's gonna say I was available to play. I need to play better. That's what he's gonna say.
Next one comes from Patrick Williams. Stefanski had Shedeur out there with the 10 stringers. All those guys in the field are getting cut.
Now that might be true for
Obviously, he trying
Well,
to get him hurt.
it is worth
Play
mentioning
caller.
the Rams only dressed 48 players today. They
so.
started a quarterback named Dresser Wynn, who I've never heard of in my
I'll be visiting
Not
the
even from
Instagram
college.
later on tonight.
They
What you
played
have to say
their
about the Cleveland Brown head
fifth and
coach.
sixth
He
string.
need to be
today.
fired.
Like they sat anyone who's going to be on their actual team did not play for LA. So I don't even know why they frankly played this game. Like if LA was going to put out people like that
They should have just
and
had
no
cats.
joint practice, it was a whole weird situation. Damian Frederick says, I know it was versus backups, but Aiden Huntington, certified baller. Schlesinger was all over the field, even lined up at DT. 91-57, but good. The defense should be fun. Let's give 66, Aiden Huntington, a shout out real quick. Offense, defense, and special teams. I think he's a lock, guys. I think he's a lock to make the 53.
Yeah, for sure. He had 1.5 sacks, man.
Yeah.
He was disruptive. You know, you talk about the Browns defense early on because I seen McGuire's name in there. I thought Alex Wright and Isaiah McGuire both played phenomenal. Carson Schlesinger, man. Like Andrew Berry said, this dude seemed like a 5-year pro already coming out of college, already ready to wear the green dot. You see him had that big quarterback pressure on that 3rd and 6 and that first defensive drive from the Cleveland Browns. I thought that first unit from the Browns defense played good. Mason Graham was around the ball, but 66 is a certified baller. I see why now the Browns moved on from Briggs. It makes sense now. It all makes sense now.
Well, let me tell you this. So we're going to transition very quickly into football talk because the quarterback carousel conversation will be over. People will have a pecking order, and you
Wednesday.
can really
It's done on Wednesday.
It's done. So now you're going to have to really get to reality, which is how did the Cleveland Browns win football games? They showed me that the best part of their football team is defense, which we know, the defensive line, which we know, Schlesinger, which we know, but the kicking game, that field goal game, and that special teams, if that's going to cost them 2 to 3 games that they could win.
I would cut Hopkins right now, G. I'm serious. I would cut him right now. I trust Schmidt more. I have negative faith in Dustin Hopkins.
I think he's going to miss every time he steps on the field.
Yes. And Schmidt made a 61-yarder in pregame, and I was like, I need that guy.
Yeah.
I need that guy. All right, Jimmy Cleveland's our next super chat said, they gave everyone protection except Shedeur. Didn't give any dinks and dunks. Everything was downfield without protection. And 72 is the same one that got him sacked last time. Electric Cornbread said, why Flacco and Kenny surround Dylan on the sidelines when he struggled, but Shedeur was by himself, or only Huntley was around when he struggled?
At that point, let me tell you how it works. At that point in time, when the second half comes, guys really ain't paying attention to the game like that. Like they're not. They're just that's human nature. Guys ain't paying no attention to it because they out of the game. That's why coaches make certain guys dress and put gear on. If it's dudes that's in helmets and no shoulder pads, they out there hanging around, posted up. They're not dialed in like that. It's a preseason game. Veterans don't do that. So that's why I was critical saying he has to show when things is going down. He can't show body language that shows that.
Next one, Miss Bell says the O-line for Sanders was trash, not worth it. Get out. Patrick Williams said, please let Shedeur go. Management don't want him. I'm assuming that's what it means. Morning Coffee says, no protection, no sideline phone
Morning
conversations
Coffee,
like
always showing
DG,
up.
not coached up on the sideline like DG, trade 12. Oshi, what's up, Oshi?
Shout out to Oshi.
Our guy Oshi from, I hope it's Beartooth. I hope I'm saying the name of the band right. But Oshi says, there's no way Hopkins isn't cut right. I've seen all I need to see. Smith puts it down.
Yeah, he's not going on the practice squad.
I know Oshi plays the guitar /
He
bass.
will be on the 53
But with
man
takes
roster.
like that, he may be trying to take our job. Because I'm right there with him, man. Give me Schmidt every day. I don't trust Hopkins.
Yeah, I don't even care how much guaranteed money D-Hop like he got left on his contract. Bro got to go. I don't trust him at all when it comes to extra points, when it comes to field goals.
Nope.
I seen what I saw in training camp. It just seemed like every time this dude steps back and it's time for him to attempt to kick, that is like the biggest Russian roulette that's on this Cleveland Browns roster. Right
No,
now.
he's not hitting that.
No,
No,
so done
other
with that.
teams
I could
will
not be
see
more
the
done with it.
protection that was missing.
D4L Josh says the
And
chat wants you to say
all
cut
things
12.
that was involved.
Imagine being happy a Browns quarterback did bad. Amala Sound says Shedeur played well. The Whiskey Voyage says, man, let's call a spade a spade. They gave him receivers with DB numbers, O-line players. Wasn't even on the roster with a man next to them. Free.
Yeah, you saw that, Greg.
Numbers is wild. That means there's like a 32.
A 31,
40 was
39.
39.
Yeah, it was
So,
tough to watch.
By the way, I don't think he played well. I will say that. I don't think he played well. Like, Shedeur will probably tell you he didn't play well.
if Shedeur comes out and says, I played well, I would be shocked. I think the fair value. I mean, we got to see the all-22. It's really, really, I know it's going to sound crazy.
It's a bad look for the coach staff, too.
Or we sit in the office on Monday going through the all-22 footage. How much differently does it look when you see who's open, who's not open, and what the offensive line is trying to accomplish? As opposed to the
so much to the point I dropped my grade for Dylan Gabriel from the post-game show to the actual show.
You learn a lot.
It's different.
Morning Coffee says 0 support from coaches, trade 12. You have your QBs, How and Njoku lifting him up. Not one quarterback, not one coach, trade 12.
Hey, can I say that?
Yeah.
Let me say this. It's a competition. Like, the same way we competitive, like Joe Flacco got reps finally, and he like, good, I look good. I'm that dude. Kenny Pickett over here like, I hope they don't do nothing. Not saying that this is tongue in cheek, but like, I'm not saying he's saying this, but don't say G. Bush at it. But when you got Kenny Pickett who's trying to make a roster and his hamstring is bad and he ain't played, he not gonna be over there like jumping up for joy. Dylan Gabriel had 2 picks. He's like, listen, I had to hear all week how I had 2 turnovers. I got me a touchdown. I'm about to celebrate this touchdown. The way Deshaun Watson, like, I'm rich. I got more money than all y'all combined.
Hey, did you see Foe over there, boy? Hey, look, I'm telling you.
I'm rich, super rich.
You can see $230 million from a far away.
Man, he was like, look, he looked like money. I'm like, they got them some nice aviators. Them is gold.
Hey, the one thing about Deshaun Watson, that he gonna be swagged out no matter where he goes.
Yeah. Listen.
Zadkiel Sheeler says, I hope Stefanski gets fired mid-season. When the Vikings in Pittsburgh show up, those dumb screens are not going to work. Beautifully Blessed says, what the heck was that exactly? Where was the coverage talk about playing with PE teachers? Puda Chandler says, why in the hell would they not let Sanders play in that 2-minute drill? There's something very wrong with that. That is part of his training. It has to be injury related. I
was wondering that. Did y'all wonder that a little bit?
It has to be. He tweaked his oblique or something on one of those sacks, because there's nothing to gain from Tyler Huntley doing that. Nothing. Like, zero, zilch, nada, nothing. So it had to be injury, right? Like, could you think of any other reason?
That's the only reason that's acceptable for me. If it's not injury and you just wanted to see Snoop throw the football, then that made absolutely no sense, because I don't care how bad it was for Shedeur Sanders. At least allow him to finish what he started. Go out there and operate the 2-minute drill and see what you can do. See if you can put some points on the board or whatever the case may be, however it turned out. I think we all can agree Tyler Huntley won't be on this roster. So if it was anything other than, that injury kind of being tweaked, then no, that made absolutely no sense whatsoever.
I was wondering.
Stefanski's talking right now. It's on my TV, but I don't have sound on, so I'm not quite sure what he's saying, but I'm sure he has said that. So I'll try to check on Twitter. Ant, would you mind checking Twitter to see if Mary Kay put out anything up from Stefanski and why Huntley came in at the end? Next super chat. Here we go again. 77 said, didn't Snoop have the 4s and 5s too? Which goes right along with Raptor Jr.'s tweet, who says they blocked for Huntley, not 12. Definitely a setup.
We saw it.
Listen, Snoop Huntley has been in this league. I've seen him be bad plenty of times. like, look, bro, he's a veteran. He moved down the field and he got it. So are you saying you're comfortable with Snoop Huntley balling? Because, I mean, we saw Snoop last year, dog. I mean, it's not.
There's nothing to get from Snoop.
Wade
says, wow, Huntley led them on a game-winning drive under that same O-line. Evan419 said, Shedorians preach how great 12 is, how he's a franchise quarterback, but now he can only thrive in perfect situations. You guys are telling on yourself.
Thriving in perfect situations is not 4s and 5s, bro. What are you talking about? Like, there's no such thing as perfect situations. Like, that's never a thing. Like, that's a straw man argument. Continue.
Next one. Triz says, please remember Huntley completed 1 pass. Big Mike says they don't want Shedeur to succeed at all. The NFL is using the Browns to prove that Shedeur is incapable of playing in the NFL. Ivy says everybody thinks Shedeur is the worst quarterback on the team. Just cut him. It's simpler. Let another team value him. Beautifully Blessed says, get your moments off because coming for 12 won't get you any points. We don't think we know he's him. Big Weight ATL says, they blocked for Huntley, but not for Shedeur.
Hey, shout out to Ant. He just sent me a tweet. If anybody is on X right now, you can go check out Daniel Oyefusi's page. Shedeur Sanders just spoke about not coming back in for that 2-minute drop. Apparently, there was no injury, re-injury, or tweaks to an injury. He said he thought he was going back in. He said he was revving back up to go out there. Every quarterback dreams of being in that situation, and he didn't get the opportunity. So if Shedeur Sanders was not hurt again, I don't care how it looked prior to then, Tyler Huntley is not going to be on this team. So not giving him the opportunity to go out there and finish out that game and run that 2-minute drive, based on what I just saw, that don't make sense. That's a head scratching decision from Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah, I don't understand that one bit at all. Not like that makes negative sense to me. Negative sense. Dewan says Shedeur looked like DTR bad today. He isn't ready yet. Dragon the Abandoner says, I'm a huge 12 fan. He'll bounce back, but let's be honest. He had plenty of time to at least throw it away. But the real story is 66 for Defensive Rookie of the Year. Jonathan McGriff says, you win, Browns. The rest of us will go home. Enjoy your season. We will see you in the playoffs. We will take our 12 jerseys and go home. Hashtag Baker Buck. Michael Grilly says, any chance we talk about the Browns winning the game? Hey, the Browns won today.
Yeah, they did.
19-17.
Yeah.
We will talk much more about the outcomes of games and games that actually matter. So when we get to the regular season and these games actually count, we will dive much more into the game itself and not just the quarterback battle. Coach Berry says, why didn't the Browns give Shedeur first-string reps? Hardly none compared to Flacco and Dillon. Tons of reps with the first string. They mad because Shedeur's controlling his brand that already made $14 million. Big Walt ATL said Shedeur had no time to complete the plays, but he'll blame himself. Corey Smeal says, just want to say we appreciate you guys. We appreciate you. D4L Josh said DB numbers and they're all white. Nate said if Dillon had 14 yards, you guys would kill him. Probably true. But yeah, circumstances matter. It's a lot depends on how you get to the end goal.
Stefanski said that they didn't play good as a whole in that second half on offense. And as far as the last drive, he just wanted to get Snoop in there on that last drive.
I hate that answer.
I
objectively hate that answer.
Because look, man, it doesn't do, because there's a defeatist attitude about it. It's like you give the person the opportunity to finish the drive. It's 2 minutes left. You're getting beat up. You get an opportunity to have a good coaching point and a good coaching moment to end on a positive note. And then you're like, oh, we need to see Snoop Huntley. You're like,
you don't.
Because I boycotted
you don't. Not at all.
Season, so
for no reason whatsoever did you need to see Snoop in that game.
No. We got some more super chats. RCG says Shedeur can't show that type of demeanor on the field. Everybody is watching. He has to keep himself composed. Coach Berry said Dillon had all the time in the world to pass with first string, but they put in janitorial service units out there. Just pathetic. Beautifully Blessed says, we could care less about the mess. 12 ain't running from a challenge. Y'all can have several behind the garage seats.
Is that a new something?
I said what I said.
I said what I said. Thank you. I heard that. Bill Rodewald says, I think they promised Huntley reps when they needed him. Samaral says, in a complete hypothetical, if Joe and Dillon go down in the first 2 weeks, how many games do you think Sanders could win?
Does he get any reps that week?
Yeah, listen.
Nobody
should. No, here, let me make something very clear.
Oh no,
nobody should write off Shedeur Sanders because of today. It's a preseason game. There have been good quarterbacks that have banned preseason games. There have been bad quarterbacks that have looked incredible in the preseason. I look no further than DTR, guys. DTR looked incredible in the preseason. It didn't translate to the NFL one bit.
I don't. It's
one preseason game. It's not the end of the world.
When he balled in the one preseason game, nobody anointed him. He still was fourth on the depth chart, right?
Exactly. So let's just keep it all in context. We still got like 15 more. So just let me fire these through because they keep coming in. We love you guys, but we're up to 53 now. So let me fly through these. Marcel Brown says, looking at the totality of the preseason, DJ plays DG plays better in the structure of the offense. Sanders does not. He's been struggling with that first window read. Even in his first game, DG plays with better pace. Binaka says, you're right. Sabotage is part of the game. Stefanski did this on purpose. They were told not to block. They didn't want the field goal positive stat in the record. Gage, Triz says Gage came back in during the 2-minute drill. Rogers 12 I says 5'9" against 6'1", and you can't bootleg every play, and going under center will be a struggle for him, but SS did look bad today. Receivers didn't help him either. D-Time says, damn.
That was fair.
Yeah. D-Time says, damn, very bad tape out on Shedeur. Hurts for trades. Music with the Twist by EVH says, Dylan had all day to throw, call his mom, buy groceries, create content on TikTok, scratch his back with simple plays and max protection. That second ball Shedeur touched. The second the ball touched Shedeur's hand, he was already under pressure. Stop it. Keeping Up with the Sanders family says, chill out, people. Shedeur will be a starter on Sundays. Carrie Smeal says, KS answers post-game. Mighty Mulatto says, Sanders' comfort in the pocket wasn't good, absent a run game. Time to put work in, struggle, and overcome. James Meyer says, something had to have happened on the sideline for Sanders not to go back in. Creative Juice says, seeing Baker on National Popeyes ads kind of hurts. And last but not least, our final super chat, Deanna Curtis Brown says, modern day Joseph, keep your head up, young Prince. See you, Auntie. Much love. Speaking of much love to all 5,000 of y'all that tuned in for the post-game show. We are back Monday with a normal UCSS 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button so you can get all the latest UCSS content to your phone as soon as it comes out.
Ridiculous.
For Earl of Pearl, Reggie Bush, I'm Mikey McNuggets, and the Browns just finished the preseason 3-0. Peace.
Deuces!
And they is kind of funny thing is what we haven't seen Shedeur play bad throughout his time in Cleveland. All of a sudden, he can't make any reception. Stefanski should be ashamed of himself. That was just the second half, dog. Bruh, do you know Kevin did that on purpose? Probably. Only 144,000 a call. And Shedeur heard that call. Ooh, that the 144. I don't want any of my favorite logos anymore. I'm just going to be Shedeur all the way. Just Team Shedeur. He is more than a game, and he is still the one. That's what's up, Miss Sparks. Are people delusional or what Dylan has played with the first team? He is the backup. Shedeur has not, while people still comparing someone who has yet to play with Njoku and company. I know, right? Man, I can never sell out Marvin K. So Will Shedeur, he holds the ball too long. It's not going to ever be perfect for any quarterback. I trust the people who get paid and not the fans. She agrees. Shedeur should have thrown every ball away. I would have thrown all of them in the stands because he had no blocking, no receivers. Those route concepts was too long for the type of receivers that was in the game. Wasn't no hitches, wasn't no slants, wasn't no comebacks, wasn't no out routes. And besides that, it don't matter the route concept. By the time he hiked the ball, the defensive end was sitting in his lap. So it really didn't matter. He didn't look like himself today. It was all in, it was all on his face. It was in his walk. We all see the play. If you don't, you're remedial. Not remedial. That was just a bad outing for Shedeur today. But it is what it is. Like we knew, the depth chart still ain't going to move. He wasn't going to move up. He wasn't going to move down. Everything's going to be the same come next week. He going to be on the 53, and we'll see what happens once the season starts. You know, Joe going to be on the 53. Kenny Pickett going to be on the 53. Dylan Gabriel, Go be on the 53 and Shedeur. They're going to have 4 quarterbacks. We'll see what happens from that point forward. You know, who comes on the field next after Joe? That's the question. Shedeur set up the field today. Yeah. He got to stop drifting in the pocket. Yeah, Kev, he got to be still. He got to quit going backwards and go forward. I said that. Shedeur knew had who he was playing with, the script plays. Sebastian, he got the shit end of the stick today. You know, John Stamper, he didn't hold the ball too long in the first preseason game. He played with the first string. They gave the man the street cat next door and the dog down the street for protection. BJ Riggs, how in the heck is anyone supposed to produce with the O-line is standing closer to the stands than the quarterback? They took all the receivers he produced with away and probably never worked out with any of these. Yeah. Cleveland is hurting themselves. They got this man as the face of the organization and do him like that. Dylan was laughing at him on the sideline. Yeah, Dylan gonna laugh. He get to get his giggle on today. Should have said he didn't know he was being pulled at the end. Yeah, we heard. Should ask for a trade if he can't find blockers. If he be still, they gonna hit him taking a chance of getting hurt. Yeah, it is what it is, man. All right, people. We 4 hours in. We gotta get out of here. We're gonna shut this down. Cleveland going 0-6, then 0-3. All right, y'all need to stop. We gotta get out of here, man. We gotta shut this thing down. I appreciate y'all for hanging out. We're gonna do it again tomorrow. Y'all know what it is on Sunday. G. Bush is out of town, so G. Bush on vacation. So we won't be hearing from G until next week. G. Bush should be back. So you won't see him on UCSS or no other shows. He's taking a complete break off the internet, away from everybody. But it is what it is. Classy. Fuck the Browns and Stefanski. Shedeur was simply set up. All right, we getting out of here. I want the Browns to lose every game with Kevin as head coach. God got something for him. Look, man, I'm getting out of here. Y'all be good. Appreciate y'all for coming and watch the game with me, hang with me. We'll do it again tomorrow. We out. Peace.